Hello. What's up, duelists? Welcome to the stream today. Hope everyone is having a chill morning so far, or evening, depending on where you're watching from. I'm doing good, Nilmi. How are you? Thank you for asking, and have fun at D&D. Okay. Today's going to be a chill stream, and I'm quite interested in what we're doing today because we're going to take a little bit of a look into the future, but I'll tell you more about that in a second after we're done with the warm-up, I suppose, so everyone has time to assemble. But yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a look ahead since, national season is upon us, and I feel like it's kind of it's not the end of Draco Tail Radiant Typhoon format, but it is, we are nearing the Blazing Dominion format. So we're going to start looking into that a little bit. And then if we have some extra time afterwards, then we're going to jump into Master Duel and play a little bit of Master Duel. I'm not entirely sure how long this is going to take because we have some feature matches from the OCG to see the new decks in action, which I think is going to be fun. So yeah, we'll see how long it takes. If we have some extra time, we're going to spend some time in Master Duel. And yeah, let's warm up so we can get started. All right, let's get some cards. This is set rotation. Is it set rotation? Yeah. Ancient Gear Soldier? No. Ancient Gear Advance? Nope, I don't know. Knight. It is the card that I thought it was from the looks of it. I thought it was Soldier. I don't know this one. Okay. Swarm of Scarabs. Mystic Box? No. Wait, it is no, it's not Mystic Box. It's not Fairy Box. Is it Fairy Box? Fairy Box. Anyways. I have seen this card. It's very old, but I don't know what it's called. Lamvel Garuda. This is it's the Blue Eyes fusion monster, like the twin. No, twin burst, twin. It is twin burst, right? Twin burst. Blue Eyes twin burst. Are you Pollux? No. All right, I'll try one more. Alresha. That's crazy. Okay. No idea what that is. Photon Charge Man. Oh, this is old. Yeah, this is Kuvag. Is it this thing? Yeah. Cybersaurus. Gotta figure out how it's spelled. Ooh. Dark Magic Curtain? Secret Blast. No. I was sure it was that. I don't know what it is then. Attention. Okay. Fabled. Fabled. I don't know its name. Copy. Tutorial. Oh, this field. This is Guernia. This is Duloran. Oh, I've seen this card. It's, I don't know its name. I think it's a trap card. Spirit Caller. Well, that's Mirror Jade. Is that Branded Fusion? Yeah. I hate Cool Tune. Well, we're gonna find out how the format looks today. Right hand shark. Damn it. Left hand shark. I have seen this card as well, but I don't know what it's called. Recycle. That is Reborn Tengu. Don't know. Recall. Nice. Well, 50-50 lost, but still got it. That is an Earthbound Servant. No. Is it Linewalker? Linewalker. That is Wild Edge. That is Book of Moon? That is Champion's Vigilance. This is also, this feels old. But I don't know what it's, oh, it's the Summon Skull, like, ritual or something. No idea. Time Escaper. Okay, couple of tough ones here. This is Evo Singularity, I think. Nope. It is Evo something. Evo Force? Evo Price? Alright, I'm moving on. Evo Diversity. Heavy Slump? Yeah. This is Gravekeeper, I think. Yeah. Skull Servant. Insector Pico Falena. Element Dragon. Oh, wait, no. Element. It's the dinosaur. Saurus. Ooh, I've seen this. Oh, I've seen this. What is it? Ballista something. Rampart smashing, that one. Cards of consonants. Full helm. All right, now we're in my time. And we're out. I don't know what that is. Probably an Amazonas. Oh, is that the Amazonas call? Okay. ED recruits. I should guess some cards maybe, but like I don't know these. Link back. Oh, I've seen him. Oh, dude, he's a floodgate. He's a floodgate. He's like Gendo. Yeah. This is this thing. Yeah. Pendulum tribute support. Oh, this old. Is it? Sound to retreat. Oh, it's the Libromancer problem again, because they're blurred. Libromancer prevented? Yeah. Deep Eyes? Not sure. Yeah. No idea what that is. Dimension Sphinx. Oh, this feels familiar. This is Cyber Dragon. Cyber Dragon Nixter. Right? Yeah. I've seen this card. It's a continuous trap, but I have no idea what it's called. Cyber Summon Blaster. Griffin Wing. I'll skip the Neos card. It's EN something, I believe. Oh, good thing I didn't try it. Good thing I didn't try. Keep. This is lose one turn or back to square one. Of course. Of course. Dyson Sphere? Is this just Avion? Yeah, nice. Fortune Fairy. Should I even try? No, I should skip. It might not even be a monster. It could also be a spell, is the problem. Yeah, okay. It wasn't even a fortune fairy. Happening here? Cyber's looking card. Oh no, that's a Morphtronic Earphone. Actually, not a Cyber. I'm sorry. I called you a Cyber's. Sound Swordsman 5. Wait, Magic Swordsman? No, Mystic Swordsman. Right. Dark Lucius level 6. 8. Damn it. That's not him. What is this? What is this? Egotistical ape. Ah. Oh, that's Wonder Wand. Ah, well. All right, it's average. It's average today. Get your washed out. I know. Yeah. Ooh. Level 4. Level 4 old card 1500 attack. You know what we could do? We can do those element thingies over there. Are they all dark? Element? No, magician is a light. Okay, it's not that though. 1500 attack, level 4, less than 1200 defense. It's between 2005 and 2014. That is a long time. Bestiary. Not Bestiary. Newer than 2007. It is Earth, Fire, or Water. Earth, Fire, or Water. Inari Fire. Those do have 1500 attack. I think even 200 defense. Could be. It's not them. Okay. Between 2008 and 2012, Water or Earth. It could Mermail, Abyss, Mander? No. Is there any of them? Abyss knows, but that's the defense doesn't work. Lind is level 3. No, it's not a Mermail. I mean, Earth is statistically there's more Earth monsters than water monsters. So technically, Earth level 4. Scraps. Girgi Arsenal. Oh wait, Girgi Arsenal does have 1500 attack. Oh, nice call. Nice call. Yeah, Girgi Arsenal. Hold on. 2012. Somehow, like in my head, Girgias are still more like when I think of Girgias, I think they come out in like 2014 because that's when they became relevant. Immediately in 2012, they weren't really playable because they released alongside way too powerful stuff, right? Like at the end of 2012, we got Mermail, and in 2013, we got Dragon Ruler and Spellbook. So no one really looked at these cards before 2014. So yeah, but no, it is absolutely a 2012 archetype. Good shout. All right. And with that warm up out of the way, the plan for today is relatively simple. I just want to start looking into what is about to happen in terms of releases and meta changes for the TCG in in the national season, because we are now in April and there's a couple of regionals in April before we start having nationals everywhere. But realistically, it's going to be relatively soon that we get new stuff. There is also a potential ban list on the horizon that I do want to talk about at some point, what I would like to change in the current format. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're going to do that today or like tomorrow or another time. But like, we don't know. I would assume that we get a ban list before nationals, but I'm not sure. But I think it's something I like talking about it anyways, you know, even if we don't end up getting one. But realistically, right, it's always the same situation, right? It's always like, okay, if we don't get one now, then they either, because when was the last ban list, right? The last ban list was, what, January? Or was it December already? I forget. End of January, right? So, which isn't that long ago, admittedly, right? Like, end of January, that was not even 3 months ago. So, it's not been that long. At the same time, if they decide to not make one before nationals, then most likely we're going to stick with the same ban list throughout national season and Euros, which would mean the next ban list would be after Euros, which would be in like July. So that would be a 6-month period without an update. I think a small update before nationals would be cool, but that's something we're going to talk about another time because I don't have the visuals prepared for a ban list discussion right now. But I would say, like, I don't think the current format is particularly problematic. I don't think there is a deck in the format that is like completely broken or anything like that. I just think like some small quality of life updates would be nice, like a dimensional fissure, dimension shifter, mistaken arrest, those kind of cards, right? But you gotta say, I feel like you gotta say at the moment in the TCG, we're doing pretty well in terms of the format, right? Okay, when we get Camellia, I think Yummy needs to be looked at again. That is a good point. Yeah, there's a few things, but it's still like my experience in the current TCG is always pretty positive when I go to tournaments. So and the stuff that we get in Blazing Dominion, which we're going to take a look at today, is also quite good. That I think it can compete even if they don't murder the current top tier decks, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll talk about that at some point in the upcoming days, probably tomorrow. Now that I said it, I kind of want to do it tomorrow. But yeah, today I want to take a look at the stuff that's that we know is coming for sure, right? Like we know for sure we're getting Blazing Dominion and also the legendary modern decks, I suppose, because they haven't been released in Europe yet, which is a little unfortunate because they were delayed, and the US already has them and other parts of the world already have them, but Europe does not. So in Europe, I believe they release, what is it? They said April. Yeah, they release in exactly 3 weeks. Which is annoying that we don't have them yet, but realistically, in terms of new cards for the format, what this means is just Camellia, realistically. Like the Sky Striker stuff, as much as I like Sky Striker, these Link monsters are not that impactful, the new ones. Like Amatsu is solid. Amatsu is solid, especially for being able to turn a Link monster into a Dark to make Azalea with. But for the most part, like the other ones are not that important. And Amatsu is also just like solid. And Camellia is also a decent card in Sky Striker, but it's far better in Yummy decks. So mostly the legendary modern decks are mostly a buff to Yummy decks, but more importantly, they are good for newer players, which is why I'm looking forward to them, you know, because it's going to give people a way to get all of the cards that they need to start playing. Because for the longest time, one of the biggest problems for budget players or newer players was actually the staple cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And like being able to access all of these staple cards in essentially one product for relatively cheap is really good for the game. So I'm looking forward to it in that way. Not looking forward to the Yummy buff necessarily, but you know, yeah. But in terms of meta impact, outside of just making stuff accessible, they're not that impactful outside of buffing Yummy a little bit. So the next big thing we have on the horizon for the TCG is Blazing Dominion, which releases May 7th, which is just over a month from now. which means we have a couple of regionals left in April that are being played in the current format, and then eventually we're going to get Blazing Dominion, and that's going to shake up things before the national season. And that is something that I want to take a look at today, and maybe just get a little bit of an overview of what is in Blazing Dominion, because there's a couple of things in here that actually have made significant meta impact in the OCG. So it's looking to be quite the solid deck, I would say. Like, most importantly, the cool tunes, they didn't include them as pictures in here, but the cool tune support in here has been really strong in the OCG. Also, Elfnote is becoming a meta contender in the OCG. We can take a look at some example lists in a second. But then also, there's other things in here, like the Witchcrafters, or what is it? The Fairy Tales. The Fairy Tales are also in here, right? Yeah, the two new Fairy Tale fusion monsters, it says down here. Those are all things that we're going to have to take a look at in time for national season, so we might as well start a little bit. And the reason why I wanted to do this today is because someone on my Discord server suggested that we would take a look at the Japan Championship feature matches that happened last weekend, and I was like, yeah, I'm down for that. So we have a semifinals as well as a finals, and the finals does have cool tune in it. So I wanted to take a look at that. The semifinals is just Radiant Typhoon versus Mitsurugi, but they said, you know, this is an example of why the new hand trap could be powerful or problematic, because apparently it plays a pretty big role in this one. Yeah. So because that's also something, you know, in Blazing Dominion, we are getting this card, right? Which is probably the biggest thing in general for Blazing Dominion and for the format as a whole. And also potentially the thing that kind of like ruins the thing I talked about earlier with the staple cards being available for budget players, because this card, I would be shocked if it wasn't a secret rare. I guess if they want to be nice to players, then they could make it an ultra, but even as an ultra, this card is going to be demanding a pretty expensive price probably. But this card is, if you want to start looking into Blazing Dominion format and you want to start preparing for nationals, this is the first thing you need to look at, right? This is the first card that comes to mind when I think of Blazing Dominion format. It's Phaedralis Harmonia, because this card is in almost every top meta deck in the OCG right now. So let's start by looking at it. So when your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, quick effect, reveal this card in your hand and up to 5 synchros in your extra deck. Apply these effects in sequence based on the total number revealed. Also, you cannot activate the effects of monsters special summoned from the extra deck until the end of your next turn, except synchros. Realistically, we can skip all of this. We don't need to make it unnecessarily complicated. You're always going to reveal 5 synchros for this card. So you're always going to get all 3. And the reason why, even though you only reveal 5 synchros and there's a 6 here, is because it reveals itself and it counts itself. So if you reveal 5, you're revealing 6 cards total, so you get all of the effects. Special summon this card, send one of the revealed synchros to the graveyard, and destroy one monster your opponent controls. So this is essentially Ghost Ogre on Giga Crack. Because your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you summon it from your hand. It's a level 7 tuner, 2500 attack. You send a synchro from your extra deck to the graveyard, which obviously has some implications, and then you also destroy a monster your opponent controls. It's even better than Ghost Ogre in this sense, because you don't have to destroy the monster that you're responding to. You can destroy any monster on the field that you want. So if your opponent like activates one monster but you don't care about that one, you can still remove another one. Really good card. Really good card. And that is going to shape up the format significantly post Blazing Dominion. So much to the point where, like, if you look at the OCG metagame, most of the top tier decks are decks that can use this card, right? So the thing is, the question is, like, are these decks better because they can use this card, or do they just happen to be good and play the card at the same time? But from what I've heard from OCG players, like, people are specifically trying to play decks without like having to worry about the restrictions of this card, which is why decks like Cool Tune and Elfnote are at the top here, but also decks like Mitsurugi. This is pre-ban list, this metagame breakdown, but but it is playing the hand trap as well, of course, because in Mitsurugi, being locked out of your extra deck isn't that big of a deal. Here's the first key difference for us. The first key difference is that we do not have Herald of the Arclight in the TCG, thank God, but that is going to make Fedralis Harmonia a significantly weaker card in Mitsurugi specifically, because you cannot search Habakiri with it. Nonetheless, I would think that you still play the card in Mitsurugi, because why wouldn't you? Like, you don't particularly care about the lock, because the way the card is worded, means that you can still summon from the extra deck. You just can't activate the effects of monsters summoned from the extra deck that aren't synchros, but you can still make like an IP Masquerena or a Dynamondo pass turn and then use them on your opponent's turn. CBOG, and thank you for the 11 months. So yeah, I would expect if Mitsurugi is in the format after Blazing Dominion, then they're still gonna play this card, right? They're not gonna send Herald with it, but you still can do some pretty good stuff with it. And then of course all the other synchro-based decks play the card as well. And essentially cards like Enigmaster Packbit and Malong and the Wind Pegasus Ad Ignister are your main targets for it in those kind of decks, right? Like you play, and you essentially get a double removal plus a body from it, which is really good. Personally, the way I feel about this card, I'm looking forward to it. Even though I do recognize that it is an incredibly powerful card. But I like that we're moving away from negation hand traps. I've kind of felt this way for a while now, but I just don't find the gameplay that negating provides, I don't find it interesting, because I feel like you just like trade with your opponent's starters and then see if your opponent can play or not. And I find it more enjoyable when like the turn 0 plays, the interactions are more centered around like, yeah, you're interrupting your opponent a little bit, but it's more like removal based, or like, I don't know, like I enjoy playing against cards like Bestials more than Imperm or Ash or Impulse or whatever. So I like it. But I do recognize that it's a really powerful card, so I guess we'll see how it turns out. And I've especially, one of the core like things that people have said is like these cards are powerful, but they are especially problematic if they are drawn together with Charmies, because then you activate a Charmy, your opponent develops a little bit, then you ruin their development, which then forces them to like commit more, and you get more and more cards, which I could see. Which is where the first feature match of today comes in, because on my Discord, someone said, I suggest the semifinals and finals of the Japan Team Championship. The semifinals show why the power hand traps can be a problem, right? So let's take a look at this. If there's ever a card that's being played that we don't have in the TCG yet, I will quickly look it up and we will read the effect. But I assume because this one is Mitsurugi against Radiant Typhoon, for this one, we're probably going to be fine. But yeah. Yep. Dude, these mats are so good. These mats are so good. Can I just say that? Can we have those mats? Didn't we get one of them as like a UDS cloth mat? The Slifer one is like $500, by the way. I mean, look, they're crazy. I don't know how you get them, but if they're like prizes at an official tournament with how good they look, yeah, they'd be expensive. All right, we're doing so far everything understandable. We're doing, I assume, in draw phase, we're doing Vision to draw, Chain Ascendance to search Mystical Space Typhoon. Dude, I love how they put like the blue sleeves on the Obelisk and then the red sleeves on the Slifer. This is best of one. I don't know exactly. This is a team tournament. I don't know if it's best of one. I guess we'll find out after the first game if it's best of one or not. But it's also 36 minutes, so it might very well be best of 3. Also, yeah, they have 45 minutes. There's no way it's best of 1. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good start for Radiant Typhoon. We're summoning Varurun in draw phase. Most OCG games are not best of 1. I think isn't it literally just YCS Japan that is best of 1? But this is not YCS Japan. This is just Japan Team Championships or something. Dude, this hand cooks. Okay, dude. Okay. Ooh, Impulse is decent. They can normal summon it though. It's not that great. The Obelisk playmat is the top 4. Are they cloth mats or are they rubber mats? Rubber? Nice. This impulse feels like hand looping yourself, to be honest. Because they're just gonna tribute summon the Crocea. I mean, I honestly, maybe you even just impulse. No, you can't impulse Varurun in hand because they didn't have a card on the field. So. What's the player on the left on? Because they kept saying Malice. I think it's Mitsurugi though. Is Radiant Typhoon this rogue in the OCG? Because like the player on the left is reading all of the Radiant Typhoon cards, which is surprising a little bit. Maybe it's just surprising from a TCG perspective where Radiant Typhoon is very popular. But I'm a little surprised that they have to like pick up Crocea. It is rogue at the moment. I guess it's fair enough because the power level in the OCG is much higher, and Radiant Typhoon as a mid-range deck tends to like suffer from that. Because a lot of the stuff that's legal in the OCG, Radiant Typhoon doesn't really benefit from it, right? Like it doesn't really get to make like Baron the Flare or something like that. The new Solemn destroys this deck? True, yeah. Baron is win, there should be a way. I mean, there's probably a way, but I don't think it's optimal. Like, at least the lists I'm seeing from the OCG, which is not very many, but I still don't think they play Baron very often. I think this deck has a somewhat bad Mitsu matchup. I don't know. In the TCG, it's not a bad matchup, genuinely, because it's really hard for Mitsurugi to play through Radiant Typhoon boards because the spell negation of the continuous trap is really potent against Mitsurugi. It does have a problem with Futsu though. Yeah, it can be problematic. On the other hand, Sheena is also a fantastic card against Mitsu. Bouncing all of the properly summoned rituals back to hand is really good. When Mitsu gets the new Demise card, I think that'll change. It helps for sure. I mean, what do you guys think about Mitsurugi's chances to survive in the OCG now that they put prayers to 1? Is prayers at 3 in the TCG? At the moment, yes. At the moment, yes. And I'm gonna be honest with you, for now, I don't think it'll change, is my personal prediction for prayers in the TCG. Because at the moment, Mitsurugi is not that popular in the TCG. I would not say Mitsurugi is problematic in the TCG right now. Like, some people are playing it and it's fine, but it's not everywhere, and especially they've taken care of all of the hybrid variations. Like, there's no real like Mitsurugi Raziel, Mitsurugi Yami or whatever, right? Like, none of that is a problem in the TCG right now. So and the legendary modern decks are coming out in Europe soon, and the NA already has them, and that has 3 prayers in it, right? So I think it's fine to keep Mitsurugi as it is for now. Like, they actually managed to do what they should have done in TCG. They managed to do it. They made it so people play pure Mitsu, and that's it, right? Which took a while, admittedly, right? Like, there was a lot of bridges they had to burn before that was possible, but now it's actually people play pure Mitsu, and that's pretty much it. And that deck it's not even like the best deck in the format. It's just fine. It just exists. If we do get the Demise Ritual, that might be a different story. Do we have any idea when we're getting the Demise Ritual? Oh, negating Habakiri in hand. If you have 2 MSTs, it's okay. If you have 1, it's incorrect. You should negate Saji Engrave. Oh, it doesn't get destroyed. Okay. I don't see a reason to do that over just negating whatever they tribute, because you just exhaust the once per turn. What does the Demise Ritual do? The Demise Ritual, it's just a ritual monster that you can reveal in your hand to banish a ritual spell from your deck and copy its effect. There, they're using it right now. So banish Mitsurugi Ritual from deck and now use the effect. So, and the really powerful thing in Mitsurugi about this is that you basically bypass the once per turn or twice per turn on Mitsurugi Ritual because you copied the effect. It does not count as activating the card. It also plays around the Mystical Space Typhoon negations quite nicely. Yeah, and it cannot be ashed even if you're summoning from deck. Last year, Battle of Legends had the quarter century Trinity box cards, so it would make sense to include Demise in Battles of Legends. Battles of Legends comes out soon, right? What's the order that we're talking? We have... Next thing is obviously Rarity Collection 5. Then we have the Legendary Modern decks for Europe. Then we have Blazing Dominion. And then we have Battles of Legends, but in June, right? Battles of Legends does not have Demise. Is that confirmed? Do we know the full list of the set? Why are you so sure about that? I'm not 100% okay, I think they're sending a spell here to avoid them chaining prayers, which makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's a good droplet. Keep in mind they could even import Demise in Blazing Dominion. Yeah, I guess. We don't know for sure, yeah. Where did the Demise release in the OCG? Like, what kind of set was it? It was a special box set. Oh, Droll and Lock Bird. I was about to say this game is about to get interesting, but no, it's not. Okay. Isn't Droll at 1? For this tournament, not yet. This tournament was a couple of days ago, and I think the ban list was in effect yesterday. I'm not entirely sure, but this is, I mean, also Mitsurugi. I think this Mitsurugi player does have 3 prayers. Oh, they're chaining the trap to draw to their own Droll and Lockbird. I mean, now it's just, now Mitsurugi is just messed up. Yep. And yet another game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That could have been very interesting. The player going first makes board and discards Droll. It is what it is. I think that's one of the biggest challenges for Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, is that they need to make sure we play engine versus engine. Because engine versus engine Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so fun right now. Like, every single game you go second and your opponent makes a board, you're just like praying to God they don't have the broken non-engine with it, and then you can play some good Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, that's what they need to do. If they import the Endymion stuff, do you think Spellcaster Slop is viable? Probably, yeah. It's probably okay. I mean, they got some really powerful tools. I think it depends a little bit on whether Fairy Tail Snow comes back to buff the Fairy Tail support. Because the Fairy Tail stuff is pretty solid. Okay, did not get rolled. Park champion.
ドローフェーズに動きがなかったということは、水剣感情などは持っていないか、もしくはまだ発動していないか。はい、水剣の御事荒政を通常召喚です。メインフェーズですね。効果によって水剣モンスターを手札に加えることができます。これで先ほど見せました幅切りを手札に加えます。ここまでいけば動き出しの発動です。
Would you be okay with banning all the Ghost Girls, or is that too much? I don't think you have to go that far. All the Ghost Girls is not necessary. I think I'd be a fan if they did it to Ash Blossom. I think all the others are fine. Ghost Ogre is the coolest because it's removal and not negation. I think that's the healthiest form. So I would never hit Ghost Ogre. I think Bell is fine because it tends to be like the way that Bell works is just usually it doesn't trade with a starter because most starters don't do the things that Bell can negate. Usually Bell is used on a choke point later in the combo, which is what I would want from interactions like this, right? Like I think Bell is fine because it very rarely trades with the starter. It's usually something you do like, okay, hit a Dracotail Flame or hit a Prayers on your turn, hit a Mitsurugi in the graveyard, hit Prosea later down the line. Like, but you basically never just stop your opponent from playing the game with Bell, which I think is more fun and healthier. Okay, they don't play... Apparently they don't play Night Sword Serpent, so they just go send a second Aramasa. But if they write more cards like Cool Tune, it becomes a second Ash. A second Ash that can never negate Charmies, I guess. But like, yeah, you're right. The more cards they make, because I think they made a lot of the cards nowadays. Most of the cards that add from deck, they add like add from deck or grave so that they can also play around Droll and Lockbird a little bit better. But then they end up playing into Bell. That's true. Then ban Droll, I guess. I mean, that's the one thing the OCG has over the TCG at the moment. They are hitting non-engine harder, right? The way I would say it is like the TCG is far ahead on hitting engine and extra deck cards. Like the TCG is doing that way better, but somehow the TCG is not hitting non-engine basically at all, right? But the OCG has done a couple of things, right? They hit Droll harder than TCG, they hit Ash a little bit, they hit Impulse a little bit. But then again, the most recent OCG ban list was pretty awful, right? Like the one before that was pretty good for the OCG, but the last one was outrageously bad, right? So alright, we sniped the trap with MST. I wonder if that's going to end up being good or not, because I'm not the only one who sees this, right? I'm not the only one who sees every time the player goes first and then discards the non-engine from their hand, the other player scoops, right? I'm not crazy, right? I'm not crazy. You guys are seeing this too, right?
先行は画面右、ユナユナ選手、絢爛です。ドローフェーズから動くかどうか、絢爛たる牽引発動です。福助選手はここに考えます。チェーンはありません。これでサイクロン、もしくはそうですね、レベル4以下の絢爛モンスターを手札に加えます。メガラを加えていきます。メガラを加えたということは、他のカードはいろいろ持っていそうですね。なんか速攻魔法カードは別のカードがありそうですね。そしてメガラの効果を発動です。ドローフェーズ中にいろいろ動いてしまおうという、やはりそういうことなんでしょうかね。そこにチェーンしてクローゼア、これ牽引発動した後にドローフェーズでクローゼアの効果ですね。またしても福助選手は先ほどはここにドミナスインパルスを打ちましたが、通常召喚を行っていませんので、後からアドバンス召喚ということもありますので、打ちづらいですね。福助選手どうするか。ここに対してチェーンを考える。何かあるんでしょうか。効果まで取ってしまえば2枚分のカードを供給するクローゼアです。福助選手は時間を使います。もう3本目ですから、あとはありません。ユナユナ選手はドローフェーズから非常にうまく動いていく。チェーンがなく特殊召喚、そして効果の発動についてはどうするか。ちょっと表示形式で悩んでる、このどっち斜めに動いていますね。守備表示になりました。攻撃力の方が高いですが守備表示。そして効果の発動。
They added Megala with Chant, which is crazy as well. That means their hand's got to be even more gas, right? You wouldn't add Megala if that was your only play. They have to have another Radiant Typhoon spell, otherwise that makes no sense. Yeah.
効果の発動です。これで速攻魔法をまずは手札に呼び込もうとしますね。スエンの効果。ユナユナ選手の手札がちょっとこれは読めてきそうな感じもありますが、福助選手はここをどう考えるか。残り手札2枚ですか。スエンを止めれば速攻魔法があまり手札にない可能性も出てくるところで考えます。かもしくはここに当てさせてから今度はメガラを通したいと。裏に抱えている速攻魔法で読み合いがここはあるわけですね。福助選手はここの決断は大きいかもしれません。スエン止めたくなるけど、スエンまあこう見るとメガラを起動するためにスエンで速攻魔法を持ってきたいのかなって思いますよね。思いますし、思わせてるかもしれないしというところで、難しい。本当にそうなのか、福助選手の思考。
Wait, what's happening? Who's thinking about what? Who has the toggle right now?
リンクのバルルーンとか行けば最終的なサイクロンとかが手に入ってきますので。なるほど、二段構えですか。そうですね、内先サイクロンの内先のカードとかまであればメガラの効果までは起動できるのかなと。
ミツ？
ここはかなり時間を使います。ここが勝負どころかもしれませんね。そうですね。そもそもやっぱりこういった形でどんどんポンポンモンスターが並んでいくので、
I think Mitsu is thinking on the Swen.
もあるんですけども、このモンスターの頭数でリンクしたりエクシーズしたりっていうのはできますから、カードを増やさないように妨害を当てたいんですけど、リンクエクシーズを呼び込む種にもなってしまうというところで、ここまで考えるとなると、もしかするとフィドラリス・ハルモニアのようなカード、その
You gotta make a decision at some point. Dude, Harmonia goes crazy here, actually. Yeah, no, at Gamma? Oh. That could be big. That could be big because if they don't have another Radiant Typhoon spell, they might not be able to trigger the Megala. It's honestly, I just want to point out, it was really risky from the Radiant Typhoon player to special summon the Megala first, because if the Mitsurugi player had Phydraulis Harmonia here, they could have popped the Megala before they get to trigger it, which would have been really bad for them. It was definitely correct to summon Swen first and then Megala after the Swen has successfully resolved. They did not get punished for it though.
別宅の状況が入ってきていますか。シーアーチャー選手対銀色選手の試合はシーアーチャー選手が 2-0 で勝利したということですね。チームとしてはスニダリンが
I don't know if I like searching Megala there, honestly. I don't know if I like searching Megala. You can just search Eldam and then Eldam for Megala, and that just feels like a free extra body, which would solve a lot of problems right now for them. Unless they already have Eldam, in which case it makes sense. But it doesn't look like it.
モンスターの頭数が減らせたというところでガンマが一番強い。ユナユナ選手もサイフレームギアガンマまでは読んでいたかどうか。向こうとかまでならね。
Is Gamma also at 1 in OCG? I think so, right? Yeah, they just link off the Megala now. That's rough. That's rough, which means that tells the opponent a lot about their hand. It means they don't have. Oh, they do have Phydraulis. Oh my god. Oh my god, they got owned. Right, it searches Habakiri is so fucked up. God, no. Oh my god, that is so disgusting. Oh, that is so disgusting. Oh my god, yeah. Dude, that is so messed up. It's so messed up specifically in Mitsurugi because they have Herald of the Arclight. Not banning Herald of the Arclight on the most recent ban list is completely insane in the OCG, by the way. It's completely insane. Nah. I'm so happy they banned Arclight before we got this card. It's actually so important for the health of the game that Arclight is gone. Man. Bruh. It's even better in the OCG because you can choose between searching Habakiri and the Demise Ritual. Which, if you already have a play, the Demise Ritual just lets you play through everything. Bruh, they got owned. Nah, it's Jover. I mean, yeah, one of the sets is probably Space Typhoon. That does nothing. We need a Droll carry. Dude, the only thing that carries this is potentially Dimensional Barrier. That's a card that could carry this. But Droll, at this point, Droll wouldn't even carry because they don't even have follow-up.
福助選手はここをどう突破していくかですね。
ほぼほぼ1枚はサイクロンじゃないかなという読みもありますから。
Alright, I guess this match teaches us one big lesson already about the power of Fedralis Harmonia. At the same time, it is a power of Fedralis Harmonia that does not apply for us, thankfully, because we do not have Herald of the Arclight. But this is something that is going to be potentially the case in Master Duel as well, because they have not made any effort to get rid of Arclight in Master Duel either. So there's a chance that once we get those cards, like, that's the thing you're gonna see people doing.
これでモンスターと魔法両方触ることができます。どちらも通ります。
これもね、さっきのクローザーじゃないですけど、2枚分アドバンス。
One prayers though. Yeah, I mean it's just a fundamental difference in philosophy, right, between OCG and TCG, right? In the TCG, they are actually willing to ban the actual problems, at least in some cases, not every time. But in these cases, you know, like Arclight, Paralimp, whatever. And in the OCG, it's like, okay, you know what? We're gonna limit some consistency, and it's the same thing that's happening in Master Duel right now. That was my biggest criticism of the most recent Master Duel ban list, was like, yeah, a lot of hits to the meta decks, but like one Cupsy is not gonna get rid of Yummy. You know, like that's not how it works.
もうその展開の終盤に加えたいカードですから、かなり手札には潤沢にいろいろ揃っていそうですね。
手札に儀式、三剣の儀式モンスターかなりいそうですね。
墓地を見ますユナユナ選手、何かあるでしょうか。福助選手は着々とどんな状況にも対応できるようにカードを集めているように見えます。
OCG and Master Duel simply hate getting rid of decks. See, but I don't necessarily think it means that, right? I don't. Oh, roll again. I think it's too late for that though. Like, in the TCG, they didn't actually get rid of these decks either, right? Like, Yami is still around in TCG. Mitsurugi is still around in TCG. But, like, they just feel more fair to play against. Which is, from my perspective, from what I'm seeing people say online, that's exactly what people want, right? They don't want the decks to die, necessarily. They just want them to be more balanced and more in line with like the power level of the rest of the format, which you don't achieve this by consistency hitting stuff, because consistency just means like you can still do the same things as before, the same broken shit as before as possible. You just sometimes brick, which is not a really enjoyable like gameplay experience for most people.
儀式召喚につなげるでしょうか。
次はデッキからもね出せますからね。
そうですね。加えるのはしかし三剣降臨ではなく墓地の荒政です。ユナユナ選手はここに考えます。墓穴の指名者のようなカードも考えられますか。しかし戻しました。はい、そして2体でリンク召喚しますか。シングル召喚。
Oh, dude, I just realized the synergy between the Mize Ritual and Psychic End Punisher is also disgusting, right? Because you just pay 2,000 and now your Punisher is just unaffected and gets pretty big immediately. You basically set it up really nicely. You need Fedralis though? I mean, yeah, of course, yeah, but still, like, Fedralis basically sets this up in one card. Because Fedralis, Send Herald, Search Demise gives you that. And then, yeah, prayers also you can pay 800 with, so the Psychic End Punisher gets really big really fast. Fedralis with Herald and Baron, it seems so illegal. I mean, look, this is basically, we're always going to see this when we watch OCG feature matches. The power level difference between these two formats is actually disgusting. Genuinely every time I watch OCG format duels, I'm always thankful for what we have in the TCG. It's not perfect. There's cards I complain about in the TCG as well. Not everything is better here, but dude, It's there's so it's a world of a difference, man.
そうですね。
永続トラップがもし権能があれば降臨を止められる。
Our time rules in OCG, I think they got extra turns still.
選手最後まで
Or no, they definitely have life points still. I don't know if they have extra turns.
福助選手はここもしっかり考えていく時間をしっかり使います。
But I'm a little worried about that too right now, because technically if time was called right now and they had our old time rules, then Radiant Typhoon would win. So I'm a little worried about why the Mitsurugi player is not hurrying up
ここはどうでしょう。
a little bit. That if he thinks about this Mitsurugi ritual for 40 seconds and ends up losing in time, that is
三剣感情です。ユナユナ選手
it is extra turns. Oh, okay, that might explain why he's not so worried.
降臨用効果無効にはできません。カードを破壊するだけのサイクロンですが、
サイクロンに対してチェーンしないとあくまでも無効にできない。
Bro, genuinely, if it's old time rules, if it's old TCG time rules, he loses probably. I don't think he resolves all of this in 10 seconds.
そうだったかもしれませんが、開かせない。
感情があるのでここは無効にさせないよと。
Dude, there's no way, right? Dude, imagine this was a TCG feature match from last year.
これはユナユナ選手残りセットカード1枚では
No, he gets to attack. Yeah.
攻撃宣言が通って試合終了。福助選手勝ちました。高校からのまくりが
Okay.
チームスニダリン。
All right. Well, I mean, that was dude, that was the most interactive out of those 3 games. But yeah, no, the first and the second one were just go first, discard my non-engine, win the game. Okay. Yeah, good showcase of the power of Fedralis Harmonia in ritual decks specifically. I would like to see how it like impacts games in without searching Habakiri or the Demise Ritual. So we have the finals of the Japan Team Championship. It's Cool Tune versus Malice. So this is going to give us a first idea of what Cool Tune is going to look like once we get those cards in. A little bit over a month from now, we get the new Cool Tune support in Blazing Dominion. Before we watch this one, though, we're going to take a quick look at what the cards do so we understand what's going on, right? And it's fine because there's only three new Cool Tunes, so we can quickly take a look at them. So the most important one is Cool Tune Rotary. If this card on the field would be used as synchro material, one tuner in your hand can be used as one of the other materials. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can reveal this card and one other tuner in your hand. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a tuner from your hand. If this card is sent to the grave as synchro material, you can activate one of these effects. You can either place a card from your opponent's grave on the bottom of the deck, or you can look at your opponent's hand and then you can add a Cool Tune spell trap from your deck to your hand. This is the single most important and powerful Cool Tune support out there. Because it gives you more consistency, more extension, a way to add your spell traps from deck to hand, and also, randomly out of nowhere, it gives you information on your opponent's hand, which is something that people have criticized about Cool Tune, that it now is a deck that is going to operate on perfect information, because there's other cards in Cool Tune that already let you look at your opponent's stuff. I forget which one it was. I think it's Q. Q, if it's sent to the grave as synchro material, you can excavate 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, banish one of them, and place the other on top or bottom. This means you also know what your opponent is going to draw next turn. And then you also get to look at their hand with Rotary, and there's also ways to look at your opponent's extra deck with this card, which we're going to take a look at in a second, which as a result, basically Cool Tune really gets a lot of information and control over what the opponent has, which on the one hand, you could say, oh, this is gonna reward skill a little bit, because when you know all your opponent's cards, you need to make the best decisions to solve the puzzle. Basically, on the other hand, though, because Cool Tune does have a lot of synergy with hand traps, like if you just see your opponent has one starter in hand, it just makes your decision very trivial on, you know, I'm gonna ash that starter, right? Like as an example, right, the Draco Tail matchup. Normally, I've had a lot of games with Draco Tail where I just opened one starter, but I was still able to play the game or even win the game because my opponent was holding something like an Ash Blossom for a different choke point, right? Like, for example, when you normal summon Lucius, and that's your only play right now, If your opponent knows this, of course they're going to ash it. But most of the time when I play Draco Tail, my opponents let the Lucias go through and they hold the ash for like Rahu Draco Tail or one of the traps. Same with Imperm, you know, they don't want to Imperm a Lucias and risk it, you know, that I chain 5 mana or something like that, right? Like there's a couple of games, not always, some people do it, but I think in a lot of games you get a chance to participate because your opponent doesn't know that's your only starter. Against Cool Tune, that's not the case, right? That's not the case. On top of all this, of course, Cool Tune has the mechanic of ripping cards from the extra deck, which is something that people don't enjoy typically, understandably so, I think. So Cool Tune, like, I don't know how I feel about it yet. I think it's the type of deck that, like, when I played it myself, I played a little bit of Cool Tune before the new support, before the hand knowledge, and so on and so forth. Like, I thought it was a cool deck. But with the new cards, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I definitely see the potential for it to be a little bit, you know, toxic. I don't know why they added the look at your opponent's hand thing in, honestly. That is the thing I have the biggest issue with, probably. Like, I think the playstyle of the deck itself is fun. I don't know why we needed to look at the opponent's hand. It's the same thing I don't understand with K9 Noroi. Like, Noroi was already a really powerful card without giving you perfect hand knowledge. And I don't know why it's there. To be fair, with Noroi, it matters not that often because, like, you know, it just doesn't come up that much. That it actually matters because the combos are so auto-win already that, like, it doesn't really matter. But it does make a difference in some cases. For example, Noroi is single-handedly the reason why cards like Evenly Matched are not that good against K9 Vanquish Soul anymore, because when they see on like step 3 of their combo that you have Evenly Matched in their hand, they are not going to full commit everything. They're going to hold a lot of cards in their hand. They're going to hold a lot of follow-up and everything because they know you're about to waste your battle phase for an Evenly Matched, and then they can just play for follow-up, right? And that's problematic with Noroi. And with Cool Tune, it could be a similar case. And then on top of this, we have Cool Tune Crackle, which says if this card is synchro summoned, you can look at your opponent's extra deck, banish 1 card from it until the end phase. Then you can make this card gain attack equal to the banished monsters. If this synchro summoned card is sent to the grave, you can special summon it. Then you can look at your opponent's extra deck, banish 2 cards from it until the end phase. You can only use each effect once per turn. So this is also on top of it, like leading more into the perfect information thing. This thing alone can banish 3 cards from your opponent's extra deck temporarily. You pair this with the ability of Cool Tune Clip, which Cool Tune Clip banishes a card from your opponent's extra deck forever. But it's random. It banishes a random face-down card from your opponent's extra deck, which, by the way, does not mean that the card is banished face-down. The card is banished face-up. It just means that it banishes a card that is previously face-down in the extra deck. So it ignores, like, pendulum monsters that are face-up in the extra deck. But the card does get banished face-up. I've seen some people be confused about that. But I think if you combine those two together, they become really, really powerful because, like, the chance that Cool Tune Clip, I've played a decent amount of Cool Tune, and the Cool Tune Clip banish has never mattered for me so far. Like, it's just like 1 random card out of your extra deck. For the most part, it usually doesn't matter. But if you pair that ability with targeted extra deck rips, even if they're just temporarily, I think it could become problematic because you like, let's say you play against Draco Tail, right? The chance that you hit an Arthalion is not that low, right? Like, that's 3 out of 15. That's 1 in 5 games. Your first clip is gonna banish an Arthalion. If you then later on summon Cool Tune Crackle and you see that you hit an Arthalion because there's only 2 left, well, then the decision for you is easy. I'll just take the other ones out, right? Or 2 out of 15, yeah, if you're only playing 2 Arthalions anymore. I guess the current version often only plays 2, fair enough. But still, you know what I mean, right? Like, because you take a random banish out of your opponent's extra deck, and then you look into their extra deck, you can see what's left, right? And the same thing is true for random one-offs in your extra deck, right? Like, if Cool Tune Clip hits a random one-off, sure, that could be annoying, but usually most extra decks are built in a way that there's multiple cards for the same job, right? Like you can survive losing one card out of your extra deck, right? Most of the time. Like most decks are built in a way where you have other options. But if you see that you hit one, like let's say you hit one Link 2 out of your opponent's extra deck with Cool Tune Clip, a random one of Link 2, and then you resolve Cool Tune Crackle, you can just take away all of their Link 2s. You know, so it's potentially pretty rough. You get those cards back in the end phase of Cool Tune Crackle. They are not banished forever, but it is still it's still basically, it can be somewhat of a turn skip in some of this in some of these cards, right? And then we have what's the other one? Cool Tune Double Back, back to back. The levels of monsters your opponent controls are increased by 2, which is another random. Like this deck just has a lot of random like win conditions built in that sometimes don't matter at all and sometimes are completely broken, right? Like sometimes Cool Tune Clip random extra deck banish doesn't do shit. Sometimes it wins you the game. Sometimes back-to-back increasing level by 2 is completely irrelevant, and against some decks, it's just gonna ruin their game plan, right? It's really weird in that sense. So even though I really like the cards and I like the playstyle in general, like, but I don't know how I feel about their interruptions and their interactions. I don't know. When your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, you can target a tuner in your graveyard banishment, except the level 10 monster, add it to your hand or special summon it, then immediately you can synchro summon. So once again, this card is a cool and interactive card. Starting from this point, it's a cool interaction, you know, not negating or anything like that. It's just that creates some follow-up, creates some card advantage, and synchro summon on the opponent's turn. Cool card, right? Cool card. But for some reason, there's also this phrase on it, which for some matchups is gonna ruin their day. But yeah, those are the only 3 new cards for Cool Tune. But I think it's one hell of a support wave in Blazing Dominion for the deck, and it has, as a result, it has taken over the OCG. This is before the ban list. It was already the most popular deck. And it's also one of the decks that was not hit on the ban list basically at all. So I'm expecting the next metagame update for the OCG to have even more Cool Tune. Because they hit Mitsurugi on the recent ban list. They put Prayers to 1. But they did not hit Cool Tune at all. Nothing out of this deck has been hit. So this is how the deck looks at the moment. Of course, it has synergy with some of the hand traps that are tuners, like Veiler, Ash, Bell. Play a couple of those. Fedralis Harmonia obviously is in the deck. There's a couple of versions that play the new Synchro hand trap, the Synchro Emergency with one of the new Junk Synchron. Those 2, we don't know when they're going to be available for us in the TCG. This is something that we might just not get before Nationals or before Euros. At least so far, nothing is announced as far as I know about the new, because these are from Limit Over Collection Heroes, because they are over frames, of course. So we don't know when we're going to get these. No idea. But there's also very, very viable versions without those cards. Like here, Battle Nexus Philippines was won by Cool Tune without those cards. So, you know, that, yeah. Yeah, we're going to, I want to see how, like, of course, in theory, the gameplay of Cool Tune, but let's see what happens in practice.
じゃんけんに勝ったのはシーアーチャー選手先行選択です。さあまずはデッキタイプから見ていきたいと思いますが、泣いても笑っても決勝戦、これがこの大会最後の一試合ということになります。
Oh, is this the OCG player who was at Worlds in 2023 on Task's team? What was their name? Searcher, Sea Archer, right? Is that him?
シアチャ選手予選の方ではMitsurugiを使用していましたが、今回は何を持ってきているかというところから気になりますね。
Nice.
圧倒的な強さを見せてきたチームスニダリン。シアチャー選手のデッキ選択はどうか。試行時間を使ってから魔法カードシンクロオーバーテイクを発動です。
This is fusion deployment for synchros.
そうですね。もしくはシンクロンとかがいっぱい入っているようなデッキタイプか。
ここにチェーンはありません、はい、シンクロオーバーテイクから入ることによって相手のドロー系の例えば増殖する G、マルチャミフワロスのようなカードをチェックすることができます。
What is banned for malice in the OCG other than ransom?
そうなんですよね。ただ
Nothing for this one. On the newest ban list, they limited March share, but this is before that.
シンクロモンスターに書かれている
Oh yeah, Splash Mage. Splash Mage.
特殊化するか手札に加えることができますので、
But they do have Link Decoder.
特殊化するか、まあここ何もなかったので特殊化と。
特殊召喚して効果も使っていきます。
はい
ドロール&ロックバードは特にこの時点ではケアは考えないということでしょうか。
はいデッキか墓地からレベル3以外のキラーチューンモンスターを手札に加えます。キラーチューンはそれぞれ
How many of your viewers are OCG? I don't know exactly how many, but there are some. I did get some because I wanted to make sure that the last OCG ban list, right? When I said I thought it was bad.
キラーチューンクリップ
Ah, Roland Lockbird.
ドロール&ロックバード
When I said I thought it was bad, I did ask people to give me some feedback that actually play the OCG, and there was a bunch of people in the comments who said like, yeah, I'm playing OCG and I think this is bad.
少しクリティカルではありますが、
おそらくキラーチューンロタリーを手札には持っていなかったのかもしれませんが、
は
もしくはドロール&ロックバードをそれほど重く見なかったか、優勝選手はおそらくこれは効くタイミングでさせたかなという気がしますけれども。ただ
How good is Roland Lockbird against Cool Tune? I would assume it is pretty solid, because I don't think Cool Tune has many ways to play outside of like in the draw phase, and it does kind of want to make a couple of searches.
効果もありまして、クリップ自体も手札のチューナーを素材にできますから、シンプルにね相手のターンにシンクロすることができます。
シーアーチャー選手はかなり長く考えます。優勝選手はこのドロール&ロックバード1枚でうまくこの
It's solid, but they can still search from grave. Yeah, right. Yeah, I learned that the hard way because I was playing Cool Tune in Genesis locals, and I was always running out of names. And then someone said in chat like, "Hey, you can just add from grave," and I was like, "Oh damn, I could have done that all the time. I would have had so many less problems."
シールを立てに行くということもできます。
先ほど、シンクロ
Once they have tuners in grave, Droll is useless. But that's the thing with Droll every time, right? Droll is basically a hand trap that's only good if you activate it as early in the game as possible. Like a turn 2 Droll is completely ass usually.
カードになってますので、
In most cases.
カードを無効にできる効果を持っています。
モンスター効果も
Like if the game has developed just a little bit, Droll and Lockbird is just a terrible card.
選手はドロール&ロックバードは受けてしまう手札だったかもしれませんね。
はいクリップもありますし、まだちょっとねリカバリーはできそうな状況かなと思いますが、
優勝選手にターンを渡していきます。
はい
セットカード2枚
That's why they limited Droll in OCG because of this meta. I mean, Droll, the gameplay this card provides is just not fun.
発動できる速攻魔法カードだったりがキラーチューンのテーマ内に存在してますから、
そのキラーチューンシンクロをドロールに対してチェーンで打たなかった理由も何かあるか、そのあたりもちょっと楽しみですよね。
はい
どんな選択だったんでしょうか。
サタン
優勝選手のターンに移っています。シーアーチャー選手の盤面には見えている妨害はありません。手札のクリップのみです。優勝選手のデッキ選択はどうでしょうか。
はい、予選段階ではマリスデッキを使っていたようですが、ちょっとドロールもあると、
そうですね、
はい、
マリスの可能性もありますね。
自分自身はあまり影響を受けずに自分ターンでもドロール&
Was the player on the right playing?
デッキというところですが、
カード1枚セットからスタート。
はい、
動く札がないのか、もしくはマリスなのか。
ちょっとそのような
Oh, it's Melis, I think.
そうですね、このセットから入る動き。
シーアーチャー選手は少し考えます。何かもうすでに動き出すような選択肢もあるんでしょうか。
Dude, I forget which one. What does this pop? Is it spell traps?
何かこうキラーチューンシンクロのようなカードであれば、
Reko popped spell traps. Yeah, they could synchro.
考えますね。
Ooh, they have cool tune synchro to play here.
ドロール&ロック、ドミナス
Ah, but they have impulse in hand. Okay,
キラーチューンカード手札に加えて
that's messed up.
その後シンクロできるよっていう効果なので、特殊召喚する効果ですから、
Reko is Urgula and mixes Pan, same colors. That is actually a good way to remember it.
デッキの非常に重要な妨害の1枚ですけれども、ドミナスインパルスで無効にしていきます。優勝選手はセットカード1枚。その処理後にシーアーチャー選手は手札のクリップを使うでしょうか。
Okay, we're gonna activate Clip.
ここは先にレッドシールを立てに行くという選択でしょうか。
特殊召喚した後にシンクロができます。
その場合はチューナーしかシンクロ召喚はできません。
はい
That's the weird thing with Cool Tune, right? Like half of it has such cool interactions, and then the other half is cringe. Is the weird thing, right? Like all of the quick synchro summoning and destroying spells and traps and monsters on the opponent's turn, all of that is like so cool and really fun. And then randomly, like, you know, dude, please hit White Binder. Hit White Binder with clip. Please hit White Binder with clip. It's the one time where it's not toxic, but actually cool. Let's hit that. Let's hit that White Binder. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah, yeah, that's White Binder. Oh, it's Cryptor. Okay, we take it. We take it. We take it. We take it. That's good. That's good. That's a one of, right? Dude, that might actually be insane. Hold up. Dude, if that wasn't Malice, I would be so annoyed right now. But because it's Malice, it's actually base. Yeah, RS negates that. Can't Cryptor activate here? No, you cannot summon them back if they haven't been properly link summoned before. They have a way, they can still get it back with March Hair. Bro, they got everything, man. Imperm on White Rabbit. Bro, last card in hand, backup, I'm going to crash out. Actually, backup isn't even that good here. Without Splash Mage. They need like, they need Bestial or Wizard? Or March Hair. Backup is combo. Is it? Because they have no other way to discard. They have one card left in hand. So if they make Link one special backup, whatever they... Talents! Oh my god. His talents, dude. Oh, they take. They take to play around Ash? Little Maxi here, huh? Okay. This is the most OCG duel I've ever seen. What do you mean? What do you mean you're going battle phase? I guess because Cryptor is banished, it's not that easy to go for game quickly. They can't switch it because it was summoned this turn. Bro, I say you go in. I think you go in. I think it doesn't matter. I think you try to find a way to game. I think you go Haggard Lizardos. Well, it doesn't do anything, right? Haggard Lizardos, banish White Rabbit, bring back White Rabbit, make White Binder set a trap. I guess it depends which one they play. If they play TB11, maybe it works.
むしろレコでロタリーを加えなかったことが、一つドロールを見据えたプレイングと言いますか。
3 draws to get to White Binder. Yeah, but what's the alternative?
クリップで、
What's the alternative?
妨害を仕掛けるという判断はあったかと思いますね。
Cool Tune is a deck full of one-card combos. There's no way you can give him like 1 or 2 draws and pass. I feel like. At the same time, like going for a game is so hard against this deck, right? Because they have like Fedralis that they can draw and other things. Yeah. Coward! But this is the kind of position that Maxi puts you in, right? Like you either play and you lose or you don't play and you lose.
何を出すかですよね。SP リトルナイト。
相手の墓地なり自分の墓地なりを除外できますが、増殖する G がありますから。
そうですね。まずは1枚ドローできますシーアーチャー選手。
この段階でまずドローですね。
It's base when it happens to Malice. I mean, yeah, same about the random, probably most important extra deck card banish from the Cool Tune.
SP リトルナイトは妨害の性能もありますので、シーアーチャー選手が何も引けなければチャンスはあるかもしれません。
最低限妨害も立ちつつ G のドローも最低限に抑えてターンを渡しましたね、優勝選手が。
シーアーチャー選手のターンに移りました。優勝選手の場には SP リトルナイトが1枚手札はありません。シーアーチャー選手はこの1枚をくぐり抜けて展開を通していければ勝ちがぐっと近づきます。いや、シーアーチャー選手の先行1ターン目のお見事でしたね。ロタリー持っていますか。
Yeah, that's cooked. That cooks through SP every day of the week. So we extra normal summon with Rotary. We activate Q to search. Yeah, that's it.
そして Q の効果を使っていくかどうかです。リトルナイトの効果が残っていますので、どうするかシーアーチャー選手。
で手札かデッキか墓地から Q 以外のチューナーを特殊召喚できます。
The red player should just play a real deck next time. Dude, I mean, their hand was Droll. Droll, Impulse, White Rabbit, Field Spell, Talons. I'm forgetting one. Oh, and a Trap. MTP07.
そしてキラーチューン級の効果処理。デッキから特殊召喚されますので展開は。
Can Rotary even search if there's no hand? I think the way it's worded, it's you look at the hand and then you can search. So I think you cannot search if there's no hand, which is a weird drawback to have.
展開できますし、先ほどロタリーの手札での効果も使ったので、あともう一回召喚もできると。
いうところでいきますと、キラーチューン側の手数は十分足りています。キラーチューンミックスを特殊召喚です。そしてミックスの効果を発動。
レベル2以外のキラーチューンモンスターをデッキか手札に加えます。
キラーチューンモンスターはデッキと墓地から選べるのが非常に偉いですよね。
I guess some decks can play around Rotary then. I mean, the thing is like Rotary is the most powerful when you're going first anyways, right? Because you look at their hand, you get the info, and then you also get an endboard piece. When you're playing, yeah, if you're playing into boards, I guess if you can end up like emptying your hand. It's kind of like with it's the same with K9 though, right? K9 has the same thing going for it where some decks can play around it by just not having 2 cards in hand. But yeah. At the spell is super broken. Yeah, you could. So, yeah, you can chain 5 mana, fuse your entire hand away when they activate Rotary, and then they can't search. Which is okay, I guess, sometimes. I will say most likely in this game also, the banish from from Clip didn't matter, right? Like that game was decided by Maxi most of the time. Like even if they go for it, the chance that they successfully go for a game there are so small. They need so many summons because like if they make, what's their line? They make Haggard Lizardos, they banish White Rabbit comes back. They can't even make Cryptor there because that's only 2 bodies. So they have to make White Binder, that's 3 draws. White Binder has to set a trap. They have to activate the trap, banish White Binder, summon like Dormouse with like TB11, which I'm not even sure they play. Nah, it's like 7 or 8 draws per game, I think. And I'm not even sure if it involves making Cryptor.
キラー中シンクロではなく、
あ、ここはちょっと変えますか。
はい、変えたのかもしれません。
Because there was no cards left on the Cool Tune player's field, so access code couldn't do anything.
さらにロタリーの処理でホワイトラビットをデッキへ戻していきます。無駄がありません。これで優勝選手の盤面にカードは全くなくなりました。あとはシーアーチャー選手持っているカードでライフポイントを8000取り切れば勝利ということになりますが、ジュークジョイントキラーチューンを発動です。
I mean, at the end of the day, this was mostly just a non-engine comparison game, right? I mean, the Cool Tune engine did something. They popped the back row. But for the most part, it's like, I go first, you roll, I pass. I hope that Imperm and Maxi is enough to stop you from playing. And then now I win when you're out of non-engine.
そうなんですよね。そしてジュークジョイントキラーチューンの効果でトラックメーカーをリリースしてキラーチューン9を特殊召喚しました。
Maxi was basically Fuba this game, activated with no cards and only drew for extra deck. True, yes. Fair enough, I guess.
クリップ等が加わっていたと思いますが、場だけでいきますか。
ミクスと9でシンクロ召喚。
I do think if it's Fuva though, they play more because it had other implications, right? Like they would have drawn for every summon, which would have included like bringing White Rabbit back, activating GWC if they set it with White Binder, stuff like that, right? So I'm dude. Hey, what are your next 2 cards? Oh yeah, I think you're gonna draw Dominus Spiral. Oh no, they would have to banish Dormouse. Wait, they're gonna you let him draw Dormouse? I guess you can just huh?
リミックスの効果でリミックスの攻撃が通りましてライフポイント1500取っていきます。シーアーチャー選手はここはもう盤石にしっかりと動いてテンポを取っていこうという選択。
Why do we let him draw Dormouse? Eh? What?
負けないようにプレイしてますよね。そうですね。
え？
そしてスピリトルナイトとキラーチューン9が帰ってきてターンが渡りました。優勝選手はドーマウスがいます。はい、ドローはドーマウス確定。
We pop it with mix, but they have SP. They can protect it from 1 disruption. Why not give him Dominus? I mean, I guess maybe we're still winning, but why not just give him Dominus Spiral?
リミックスは相手ターンにリリースすることによって墓地からチューナーを2体1体を手札に加えてもう1体を特殊召喚することができるという効果になっています。
さらにその後シンクロ召喚も行えますので、非常に強力なカードですよね。キラーチューンリミックスの効果を発動。
Spark, not Spiral. Yeah, of course.
まずは対象選択です。あ、対象取りませんね。優勝選手はチェーンはなく
Which is also, I guess is also a card from Blazing Dominion, right? That we can quickly take a look at, just for context for people watching that haven't seen it so far. The new Dominus card. During the turn your opponent activated a monster effect in hand or grave, you can activate this card from your hand, target a monster your opponent controls, banish it. Then if you have no traps in your grave, they can special a monster from their hand. If you activated this card from your hand, you can activate Earth, Water, Fire, Wind for the rest of this duel. So this card is really good for a multitude of reasons. First of all, it's much better removal than Dominus Spiral, because instead of returning to hand, you banish, which is a much stronger form of removal. The second reason why it's good is because it still lets you activate light and dark for the rest of the game, which means that you can theoretically pair it with Dominus Impulse in dark decks and with Dominus Purge in light decks, which is really good. So any deck that is only lights or only darks, basically from now on gets to play Dominus Impulse and Dominus Spark, which is something that, for example, Mitsurugi and Malice are doing in the OCG. They play both of these. The other thing that's really good about this is that you can just activate it in the end phase. Like, you can wait for your opponent to do everything, and then in the end phase, you just banish the most annoying end board piece. And then even if they have a monster that they want to summon from their hand, most likely they can't do anything with it because it's already the end phase. So it's a really powerful removal hand trap.
カードを選びます。
どっちかを手札に加えて、どっちかは場に出して、その後シンクロ召喚をすることができる。
そうですね。することもできるということで。
Yami getting to play this? Yeah, technically, Yami can. Like, Yami can play Dominus Purge and Dominus Spark, which is, you know, really good.
選手はまだ展開を見ます。レコとミクスを選んで、どちらを加えるかを考えていきます。ミクスを特殊召喚して、レコを手札に。
Okay, so we tag out in the draw phase, which I think it summons, it targets 2 tuners. One of them comes to the field, one goes to hand, and then you can synchro.
キラーチューンレッドシール。これによってまた相手のモンスター、魔法トラップ何でも1枚無効にできますが、リトルナイトもいますので、
We try to pop the Little Knight immediately, but can't they just chain Little Knight on the red seal?
除外したいということですが、レッドシールで無効です。
ミックスというカードはシンクロ素材になったら相手のモンスターを破壊することができます。
ここはリトルナイト、まあ相手のカード2枚分使わせる働きはしましたが、破壊されます。
Okay, do they have more interactions now?
ドーマウスを通せるか。ドーマウスを通
Flip?
常召喚、ここでシーアーチャー選手考えます。
There's no way. Dude, there's no way this Dormouse resolves. I'm losing my mind.
ここですね。
シーアーチャー選手は勝ちと。
You have to have clip.
優勝選手は逆にドーマウスを
You have to have clip.
かなり強力なマリスの展開とつながっていく。ここ何もなし効果を発動。
Okay. Dude, bro tapped the table for 2 minutes to then Veiler the Dormouse. I'm losing my mind.
これも込みで、まあデッキの上はドーマウスでいいかなという判断ですね。これはエフェクトベーラーがあるから。
これはやはりこうキラーチューンの相手の次の動きを読めるがゆえの選択が取れたということですね。優勝選手はここは
I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed if I was the opponent. I'd be so pissed if my opponent like pretended like he had to think about it for so long. It's like, what can I do about this thing? There's in that situation, there's so much hope in my mind. I'm like, oh my god, they might not be able to answer it. They might have messed up, and there's like, oh yeah, well, you know what? I'll veil it. All right, well. Malice, please break.
配信卓ではシーアーチャー選手と優勝選手の試合をお届けしています。
No!
他の卓ですけれども、福助選手対つけ麺選手は福助選手が一本選手、スニダリンですね。そして、フェリ選手対プルート選手は現在 1-1 ということで拮抗した勝負となっています。
No bell.
そうですね。勝ち星の数としては少し
No bell.
さあちょっとゲームが進んでました。テラフォーミングアンダーグラウンド。
そしてドーマウスの除外まで進んでいますね。優勝選手としては召喚する権利を残したままアンダーグラウンドでキーカードにアクセスすることができました。そしてドーマウスの効果を使っていきます。ここに対してはシーアーチャー選手はアクションはありません。マリスポーンドーマウス制限カードに指定されています。
さあここでやはりここも無限包容で止めていく。無限包容ですか。
Little imperm, alright? I mean, unlikely to be enough, right? Unlikely to be enough. But actually, without Splash Mage, not every normal summon is game.
チェシャキャットを通常召喚で効果も使っていきます。まずはシーアーチャー選手にカットを
Casey Cat effect.
除外するカードはもう1枚のチェシャキャット、除外して2枚ドローできます。
かつこのチェシャキャットも帰ってこれますよね。除外された
が3作れそうですね。
3までいけば何でもできそう。
チェシャキャットの効果を発動、戻ってきます。ここにチェーンはありません。
So what is the line in Malice in OCG? What are we trying to do? Is it link decoder into Whitebinder now?
場に特殊化されます。
これでドーマウスチェシャキャットと並びました。
Is Chessie still at 3 in OCG? Dude, most of Malice is. They just now... Dormouse is limited. And now with the most recent ban list, March Hare is also limited. But that's it. I think they even have... Do they have 3 field spells still? It blows my mind every time we talk about it. They have 3 field spells. That's insane. 3 rabbit?
なるほど。
ここで使いますか。
はい。これはもうマリス側がちょっと無敵モードというか。
そして3体でリンク召喚、マリスハーツオブクリフターです。マリスクイーンハーツオブクリフター。
Bro, dude, there's no way that's the line, by the way. There is no way that's the line in OCG Malice right now. There's no way that's correct. There's no way you link all 3 off into Cryptor and pass. There's no world. But I mean, it's gonna work. Yeah, it's gonna work fine.
このカードがある限りドロー以外で手札にカードを加えることはできないよ。デッキからモンスターを特召喚することもできないよと。
となりますと、キラーチューン側はそういった効果で手数を増やしていきますので、それらが全て封じられます。か
つモンスターもみんな除外されますから、シンクロ素材で墓地に送られた時の効果も発動しないのかなと。
Do all the cool tunes have to go to grave to get their effects? Let me check. If this card is sent to the grave as synchro material, yeah, okay. Cool. Good story. Good talk.
優勝選手はここは特になし。レコの効果もデッキロックによって縛られて使えません。シーアーチャー選手はどうしますかね。
残りのいやでも手札のカード絡めてもみんな除外されてしまって、モンスターは出す。シンクロモンスター
Malice looking kinda nice for Blazing Dominion format. I mean, if they do nothing about D-Fissure, then yeah, of course. Like it's gonna be a viable deck. It's a viable deck now because the best deck in the format is Draco Tail, and Draco Tail loses to D-Fissure, and that's a big selling point. And that doesn't change with Cool Tune, I guess. It gets better with Dominus Spark. Like Dominus Spark is a buff to Malice because it can play it.
ただシンクロしていきますね。
ロタリーじゃないか9ですね。3-3で6シンクロ。
ラウドネスウォーでしょうか。ラウドネスウォー守備表示で特殊召喚です。ただこのカードも妨害の効果を使うには墓地にキラーチューンモンスターがいないといけませんので、
相手が効果発動した時にキラーチューンモンスターを墓地から除外すると、その素材として墓地を送られた時の効果を適用できるというかなり強力なカードであるんですけど、
シーアーチャー選手はカード1枚セット、ターンを返していきます。優勝選手はここでエンドフェーズにクリプターの効果を発動です。1枚対象にとってフィールドのカードを選んで除外します。チェシャキャットを戻して除外するカードはセットカードになりますか。
シンクロオーバーテイク。
I feel like we can up.
マッチの勝者となります。1対1、フェリ選手対フルート選手も1対1、全卓1対1。かなりこれは決勝戦熱い戦いになっています。 チームスニダリンシーアーチャー選手試合再開、
はい。
ジュークジョイントキラーチューンからスタートです。
はい。
Can you build a deck that's able to win with all dominance cards? I thought about that. I thought about that at some point, but I just think like there's not enough really good ones.
ドロール&ロックバードのようなカードを持っているかどうかですが、ドロール&ロックバード、
いや、打ちますね。
シーアーチャー選手もそれは分かっていたと言わんばかりにキラーチューン9を加えていきました。
レベル2のモンスター以外のキラーチューンモンスター手札に加えられます。
キラーチューン9でしたらドロール&ロックバードの制約も考えずにデッキからモンスターを呼ぶことができます。
9は場にモンスターを特殊化する効果ですからね。
いや、ドロール&ロックバードが刺さってはいるんでしょうけれども、うまく受け流しているように見えます。シーアーチャー選手の二の矢の選択はどうか。
あともう一回召喚もできますからね。
これがジュークジョイントを持っているメリットですよね。
手数になるんですよね、このカード自体が。
優勝選手はドロール以外の手札から発動できるカードが何かあるかどうかです。
You know, I would have liked to see what Cool Tune can do with the new cards, but so far in this feature match, it's just been droll game 1, so they weren't able to do anything. They had some interruptions on the opponent's turn, but I already was familiar with those because that was all the old stuff. Game 2, they got floodgated out of the game. Game 3, they're under droll. Like, we just don't get to see the decks. The decks don't play. They're simply not playing.
最後に勝てればいいというようなね動きをしていくデッキです。
その分クロート好みのと言いますか難しいデッキではあります。今加えたキラーチューン9を通常召喚です。効果を発動していく。
これでできる限りの召喚はしていますが、9の効果でデッキからモンスターを特召喚と。
Oh, we summon from deck.
選手はここにはチェーンはありません。
チューナーなら何でも特召喚できます。
例えばナチュルローズウィップのようなカードを選択することもできますが、マリスのことを考えるとそうではなくという感じかもしれません。
あまり意味はないですけど、ハルモニアも特召喚できますよね。
何でも持ってこられるというところですよね。
They don't play Red Nova anymore, do they? I'm still not sure how I feel about that. I don't know if that's correct to not play Red Nova, personally.
レコにつなげたいところかと思いますが、他の選択肢もありますでしょうかね。
出していくのはロタリーが、
いや、チューンクリップですか。これはこう手札をいろいろこう考えたくなりますね。他にどんなカードを持っているのか。キラーチューンクリップは基本的には手札にいて相手のターンに効果を使っていくモンスターですので、何か回収する手段を用意して。
It's correct because you want your level 1 to be rotary. I'm not saying it should be your target for it all the time, but I think you could still play it as a one-of just in case you want it. And also, I don't think it's a bad draw because you can just synchro with it from hand. Oh, they ashed the effect of the field spell to tribute clip.
なるほど、クリップを墓地に残しておくと、例えば後でレコが出てきたときに墓地から手札に加える効果もありますので、そのあたりがあったかもしれませんね。シーアーチャー選手はおそらく
New continuous trap reveal. Yeah, I saw. We'll look at it after this.
拾う動きがしたかった。そこをさせじと優勝選手。
ドローラーのロックバード、あくまでデッキから手札に加えられないので、一回墓地経由して墓地から拾う。
What is this, level 5? We just make red seal? No. Ah, that's fine, right? That's okay, because it can tag out on the opponent's turn. That's still some disruption. And we get to look at the top deck now. Backup and March here. Oh, those are both good draws. Those are both good draws. Wait, oh, hold up. What's the wording on it? You banish one of the two? Imagine you hit 2 Malice monsters with that. Oh my god. Excavate 2 cards from the top of the deck, banish one of them, and place the other on top or bottom. Yeah, dude, if you hit 2 Malice with that, you just get cooked. I mean, you banish backup, and then the March here you put Bottom?
上か下、まあ、下か。
Do you want them to have March hair?
どっちでしょうね。まあ、難しいな。マーチエア。
No, they put bottom.
戻しますか。
はい。
ちょっと手数になってしまうと。
It does feel, I will say, it does feel really bad whenever you reveal two really good cards with this card, because you would like to keep one of the two on top if you can, right? Because then you have more information about what your opponent is holding. Now they're going to draw an unknown card, which is significantly worse. But like, I think March Share on average is such a good card that you don't want them to have it.
これで
シアチャ選手はもう他にやれることはないか。
優勝選手は確定された未来ではなくて、新しい未来の扉が開くことができる。
そうですね。
はい。
手札4枚からのスタート。シーアーチャー選手はドロール&ロックバードによってかなりこう動きを制限された中、優勝選手うまい場所にうららを当てていきました。
でも2枚分強いカードを失ってると見る方向性もあるかもしれませんね。3連続
I mean, so far, just looking at this one match, like the Cool Tune deck doesn't seem that broken, but once again, they haven't been able to do their combos.
優勝選手はまずはリミックスの効果を確認です。
はい。
シーアーチャー選手としてももうこの選択肢しかありませんでした。
All right, now 4 cards for Malice, all unknown. Chessie Cat.
そして
チェシャキャット。
なるほど。
Uh-oh.
優勝選手はチェシャキャットの効果を使うか。
All right, we hit him with the tag out immediately, and they have Impulse. This is the most Malice game I've ever seen in my life.
ここにシーアーチャー選手はあとは手札のカード3枚でなんとか相手の展開をいなしていかなければいけません。
さあ、これは直撃ですね。ここでもうチェシャキャットは破壊しておきたかったところだと思いますが、
チェーンはありません。これでシーアーチャー選手見えている妨害はなくなりました。優勝選手はもう一度ジュークジョイントの効果を確認しますが、このターンに決着をつけてしまうので。
Do we have Clip in hand? Not guaranteed. No. They could, but we don't know about it. And of course they have a Malice card in hand.
するカードがある。
残り手札は2枚。シーアーチャー選手はここに考えます。通してしまうと苦しくなりますが通します。
Another Chessie.
2枚目だ。
除外されたカードの中では一番マシだったかもしれませんが、展開は増えますからね。2枚引いた上でチェシャキャットの効果を発動。戻ってきましたチェシャキャット。
モンスター頭数2体分と。
Troll Ash Impulse Chessie.
手数が手札にあるかどうか墓地をもう一度確認。シーアーチャー選手も手札にあと何か。
This must be especially tilting for the opponent because both Ash and Impulse are already semi-limited in this format. This is before the last banlist, but this is already with 2 of each.
ここでスプラッシュメイジがいれば話は簡単なんですが、優勝選手ももう1体出力の必要があります。選択肢を考える。
後手からのマリス。
ライフポイントを取れないのであればジュークジョイントは除外しなければいけませんし、ただ手札3枚ありますからね、できれば決め切りたいですよね。
This is game 3, yeah.
チャンスのターンです。
優勝選手、優勝を手繰り寄せることができるか。シーアーチャー選手の先行展開を見事なドロール&ロックバード、そして春うららでいなしました。ドミナスインパルスも直撃。シーアーチャー選手は苦しい展開。優勝選手は手数を。
So with Splash Mage banned, is this combo without an extender in hand? I think not, right? Because Haggard Lizardos doesn't work because you've already used Chessie Cat, so this is not combo if you don't have any extension in hand, any Bestial, backup, March Hare, whatever. But they need something in hand. Yeah, it's not enough. So the one good thing about Malice that they did on the OCG ban list is actually making a difference here, right? Because they actually banned Splash Mage. Dark the Dark Charmer. Okay. Clip is dark, right? Yeah, Clip is dark.
これに対してシーアーチャー選手、
Nah, you can't Fedralis this. There's no way. They search. I guess they search March here, but it might not do anything. There's no way you Fedralis this. There's no way. You could Valor it. But it feels hardly worth it to Valor this, to be honest.
先ほどインパルスで特殊召喚する効果を止められてしまった。
今のマリスはダルクも入ってくるんですね。なるほど。こうやってリンクさんを稼いでいこうという動きで。
I'm sure you would have Valored Chessie? Maybe.
ここに対しては何かありそうですね。
どうするか。
Fedralis is so risky though. If you destroy Dark, it's Bell. Okay.
特殊召喚できますね。
Bell on Dark. Ah, they can't play. All right. My favorite Malice combo is the one that doesn't happen. Bro, how did Cool Tune get away with these games? It feels like Cool Tune was losing all three. I mean, it's not over yet here, because if they don't have extenders in hand, it's not unlikely they have. Ooh, Buster, okay. That's kind of mid. Yeah, Cool Tune wins by doing nothing.
展開に絡まなかった優勝選手の手札2枚が何かっていうところですよね。
シアチャー選手も先ほど狭い展開を強いられましたので、今度は墓地も潤沢展開を通していけるでしょうか。
羽ぼうきで手数は失いましたシアチャー選手。召喚はレコから
通常召喚
レベル3以外
は何かあるか。
デッキか墓地からキラーチューンモンスター加えます。
何もありません。墓地から加えますか。ドロール&ロックバードなどを考える必要はもうないですか。ドミナスインパルスを手札から打っています。
That's how Cool Tune wins. It's not a combo deck. It's a very efficient control deck that trades with non-engine. Yeah, I see that. I do see that. I still, like, that's also what I like about it. It's just the way that it does interact sometimes feels not healthy, but it's still, like, the playstyle itself is something I vibe with. Because this is technically exactly the type of game state that Cool Tune wants to be in, right? Like, because what's gonna happen this turn is even if they don't find game, they're gonna look at the opponent's hand, they're gonna look at the opponent's top deck, and they're just gonna make sure that this game does not get away from them, right? Like this is the exact board state that you want to be in with Cool Tune. Is like middle of the game, both players are somewhat low on cards. You have some information about what your opponent has. And then you're like, okay, look at hand, look at top deck, and GG's. Right? Isn't this rotary super risky if Malice has the second impulse? I think rotary performs a normal summon. I think. I'm not sure though. I don't... Because impulse only works on stuff that special summons, right? I think if you get to this point, it's over. Because now we add Cool Tune Synchro, we look at hand. Dormouse and Lockbird. Oh, they didn't Lockbird because they need the Dark Search, I think. This dark is awkward for Cool Tune a little bit, right? Because if they now look at the top two cards in the deck and rearrange them, if they run over the dark later, then that's gonna reshuffle the deck. Bro, do you ever have a bad card on top of your deck? It's always two extenders, man. Bro.
マーチヘアをデッキの一番下にしました。
マーチヘアでマーチヘアは下へと送られました。
そして、優勝選手も非常にこう上に積んであるカードが強いので、なかなかこう固定はされないんですけれども。
Oh yeah, wait, they couldn't even activate the draw because impulse, right? My bad. I thought it was a deliberate decision, but it wasn't.
いう選択になっていきます。
タルクから加えられるカードで何とかなるカードあるかどうか。守備1500以下の闇属性モンスター。
キラーチューンシンクロを使っていきます。
Okay. Vazimus Lord, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate that. And Jamie Doge, thank you for the 20 months as well. Alright, we're Pepe D'ing when Malice is losing. I like it. Wait, did you wait? Did you wait until the Cool Tune player had perfect information to play the remix? Alright. Oh, wait, it's over. It's GG's. Okay. Yeah, I guess back to back is pretty big, actually. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I think the last game was probably the best showcase of the Cool Tune deck, but realistically, we haven't really seen much from it. I would say most of these games were decided by non-engine, which I guess makes sense if it's just Cool Tune against Malice, because both of these decks are built to work around non-engine a lot, right? Like both decks are pretty one card combo-y with a lot of space for non-engine, I suppose. OCG doesn't look too much fun right now. It reminds me a lot of Master Duel, which does make sense. Because it's just more non-engine heavy, I feel like. The deck, it's a cycle, I feel. It's a cycle where the power level is higher because they refuse to ban certain problem cards. And because the power level is higher, they are forced to play more non-engine and also rely more on non-engine to win their games for them. Which as a result often ends up creating these sort of games where it's like one player makes a board, has a hand trap on top of it, wins the game, which by the way is that sort of thing can happen in the TCG, absolutely, right? Like the first match that we watched, the Mitsurugi against Radiant Typhoon, this felt more like a TCG game. Because both of these decks, I mean, of course, the Mitsurugi deck is a little bit more powerful in OCG because of the Demise Ritual monster and stuff like that, and we did see Fedraless Harmonia make an appearance. But overall, this was still like game 1 and 2 felt very TCG-like, you know, where both decks inherently are relatively balanced, like Pure Mitsu and Pure Radiant Typhoon are two relatively balanced decks. And if they go first and make their board, then it's actually possible to play into them. But what we saw here was, well, game 1, Radiant Typhoon went first, Mitsurugi started to play into it, and when it started to look winnable for Mitsurugi or started to look playable, Droll Lockbird was discarded, and then the game ended on the spot, right? Like they surrendered immediately after the Droll Lockbird. Game 2 was the other way around. It was Mitsurugi making a board for a moment, right? And then they discarded Ash Blossom on their starter, and then the game ended on the spot as well, right? So that was game 1 and game 2, and those two, they feel very much like TCG. That is what happens in TCG right now as well, right? Like if Pure Mitsurugi plays against Radiant Typhoon, this is how it goes if they draw Droll and Ash respectively, right? Because otherwise the games are playable, which is a little weird. But then the finals felt more like OCG, where it was more like Droll here, Maxi there, mini game here. Try to stop you from playing at all costs, which is Malice versus Cool Tune, I suppose, is kind of a dynamic that these decks have, because I'm pretty sure that neither of these decks, this goes for both Cool Tune and for Malice, neither of these two decks can beat each other if they combo, right? That's the thing, right? Like if Cool Tune makes a board, Malice isn't winning. If Malice makes a board, Cool Tune isn't winning. So the game is forced to be this, right? The game is forced to be this dynamic because the only other alternative is whoever goes first auto wins, right? Which is weird. which I think is essentially, at least from my perspective, the biggest challenge that Yu-Gi-Oh has in the modern days is like how do we get away from this like non-engine compare hand mini game playstyle? Because the thing is like you might think like, oh, the easiest solution is to just get rid of the hand traps, but then again, you do have this problem where like if you just get rid of Droll Lockbird and Max C and Molcharmies and Ash Blossom and Dominus Impulse and whatever, right? Like a lot of these cards, then you do have decks that absolutely just auto win the game if they go first, right? Which is a weird dynamic. So I'm not entirely sure what the solution for this is, but I do think it is something that they should be tackling. I do think in the recent year, they've made a couple of steps in that direction. I do think at least their attempt at the moment is by making more turn zero plays that are not focused around negating everything. I think that is a solid approach where it's like cards like Draco Tail Phimena or Cool Tune Clip for that matter, right? Like there's ways to develop your board and slightly interact with your opponent on turn zero to make sure you can, get on board and develop a board presence and participate in the game before your opponent has made the full combo, right? But at the same time, the interesting thing about those interactions is that they not straight up negate what your opponent is doing, right? I think that is, from my perspective, that is healthy because I think just negating your opponent's starters is not a great way to or have fun in this game, right? Because you're just like, okay, well, I hope you don't play the game now if I ash your starter or if I imperm your normal summon. Like imperming a Dormouse doesn't feel as fun as like having a 5-mana hand. Of course, it's not always winning either with 5-mana, but like it feels more interactive when it's turn zero plays rather than negation hand trap, right? And I like that direction, which is also why like I acknowledge that the dominant the Fedralis Harmonia is an incredibly powerful card, but I still think like the play pattern it provides is more fun than something like Dominus Impulse, for example, or Ash Blossom. However, this card does have some of the similar problems. Like, for example, this card is also usable when you have a board, so you can use it going first. Which is, I think, it's weird because on the one hand, I'm not sure if every hand trap should get the Molcharmy treatment, because that's something that people have been saying recently is like, oh, every hand trap should work like a Molcharmy, so that you can't use it when you go first and only the player going second can use it. I think that's a little weird because there is a lot of games where the Molcharmies are also not fun, especially when you go first and you just open 2 Molcharmies. And now, like, imagine how the game is when all of the hand traps work like this and none of them are usable when you go first. It becomes very weird to even go first, and then like you open 2 or 3 non-engine, it's all dead cards because you're going first, which means you have like 2 cards left to play with. And at that point, your opponent activates a Molcharmy or whatever, and you're forced to make a half board, but you have 3 dead cards behind it. That also can't be the goal, right? It can't be the goal. So I feel like ultimately, I think the solution is to lean on they should lean in a direction with card design to make cards that are usable going first, but they are significantly stronger when you go second. I think that's how I like it. Examples of this are like in the non-engine department, you can look at cards like Forbidden Droplet, which is a very powerful card going second, but it's kind of a mediocre card when you go first, right? Like you can use Droplet going first and you'll probably find a good spot for it. But it's not that crazy, right? You have to like send one of your end board pieces away or one of your face down cards or one of your remaining cards in hand that you would like to keep for follow-up. You send it away for Droplet, but you still get value out of it. It's not a dead card. But it is significantly stronger going second. So I like that for an on-engine. In terms of hand traps, I I don't know which hand trap is like stronger going most hand traps these days are either dead going first, like the Charmies, or mediocre going second. Like Ash and Imperm, I would say, are not that great going second. Ash in particular is much stronger going first. So So I'm not sure how it is with non-engine. In engine cards, they have a couple of cards where it is like that, right? Like Ketu Draco Tail or Incredible Ecclesia or whatever. Like those cards are pretty well designed. So I think that's just how it works. I think they just have to inherently make decks stronger going first, right? In a way where you're not reliant on drawing non-engine all the time. Actually, I think I retweeted a post by Lorenzo Muselli recently as well, where he put it into some pretty good words as well. He said, in my opinion, to improve the game and reduce non-games, it's not enough to limit unfair cards. Deck consistency also needs to improve to avoid bricking. Lowering the overall power level would let decks run fewer non-engine cards and more cards that actually help them play. I think this is a good take that goes in like a similar direction, because it's like, you want to play engine versus engine in Yu-Gi-Oh! At least from my perspective, that's the most fun way to play the game, is when engine versus engine happens. But engine versus engine can only happen in a world where decks don't just auto win when they go first, right? Because no one is gonna play engine heavy decks when you just get OTK'd or FTK'd when you go second. Like, you're just not gonna do it. You're never gonna play a very engine heavy decks again in Yu-Gi-Oh! if that's the case, right? Like, if you go second and your opponent just FTKs you're not gonna play engine. You're gonna play non-engine because you're forced to, right? Maybe you have some in-engine hand traps as well to stop the opponent from playing, which is why, by the way, that's the only reason why those super engine heavy decks even exist or even work in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Something like K9 Vanquish Soul, which technically has a very high engine ratio in the deck, that only works because Izuna and Holisu are also hand traps. So that the ratio between engine and non-engine isn't far off in those decks, because you actually have like Izuna in the deck, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think the solution to this is to make engine that is just not as good going first, but better going second. Period. I think that's how it has to be. And there's a couple of examples of this where they're trying to do this, right? Like Draco Tail is the obvious one, because Draco Tail it goes further than Phimena, right? Like Draco Tail is the perfect example for this in many ways, because Draco Tail fulfills a lot of the things that we just talked about, right? Like Draco Tail has an in-engine hand trap in Phimena. Draco Tail has in-engine cards that get better going second, which is not just Ketu Draco Tail. It's also all of the, like, Mululu, Pan, Urgula, all of them get better when you go second, because you have things to pop and things to negate on your opponent's side of the field, so they generate more value when you're going second. And on top of all this, the deck is designed in a way where it's very efficient and it is strong, but the end board is nowhere close to the end board of like a combo deck in the game, right? So the deck is in. Sometimes there's games with Draco Tail where you want to go second in hindsight. Like you wanna go second with Draco Tail because it just plays well into boards if your stuff doesn't get negated, right? Then the Albaz cards came out. Yeah, nowadays you could argue like Draco Tail is doing too much going first, which I think is fair enough. I think that's also why I don't like the Albaz cards being put into the deck and into the format basically. But yeah, I think we're not quite there yet, but I think you can see that they are taking some measurements into this direction. Some measures, like they are designing decks better than in the previous years right now. Not perfect yet. Don't get me wrong. There's still things that are not perfect, but it's going in a good direction, I think. Not everything. Sometimes they do things where I'm like, what is going on? Why are we doing this? Like when they made Solemn Report, for example. But for the most part, I think things are moving in the right direction, which is always good to see. Yeah. So one thing that we haven't been able to take a look at yet in these feature matches was Elfnotes, because Elfnotes, and this is something that is a little bit of a question mark for me as well. Elfnote Fiendsmith is a very popular deck in the OCG right now. Once again, we're talking about a deck here that can play Phydralis Harmonia, right? This is just one list from top 4 of this recent tournament. I have two questions about this deck, or I guess I need to understand how important two of these cards are for the viability of this deck. Number one reason why this this deck, by the way, I'm 100% certain I'm gonna hate this deck in the TCG, because this deck is like the definition of make an auto win board when you go first, right? Like this deck in the OCG right now, look at the cards in their action deck. They have Caesar, Baron, Crystal Wing, Dawn Dragster, Herald of the Arclight. I don't know if they're gonna put all of them onto the board on turn one, but I'm sure it's gonna summon multiple of these. So this deck is not pleasant to play against when you're going second. And then also the side deck. I don't even want to start talking about the side deck, dude. The side deck is 2 Secret Village, 3D Barrier, and a Thrust. I don't even want to. I don't even want to get into that. So here's the thing, right? Obviously, when we talk about Elfnote, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that not all of these cards are going to be legal when this deck comes to the TCG, right? Most importantly, I think, Baron the Fleur, because from what I've been told, this deck summons Baron the Fleur before 5 summons, and then keeps going with the rest of the combos. Which I think is going to make a big difference for the deck when it comes to the TCG. I don't know how well this deck can play around Nibiru and stuff like that if it doesn't have the option to summon Baron the Fleur early, or also Herald of the Arclight. Elfnote versus Cooltune. Oh, there is a Elfnote feature match. Okay, I'm down for that. Okay, it's a different channel. Oh, by the way, hold up. I'll link you the channel who uploaded the ones we watched previously in chat right now, in case you're interested in some OCG gameplay. So this is the channel. The link in chat right now is the channel that we watched the team championships on. And then I'll also link you this one that we're watching now. Hold up. Just in case you want to check out their stuff. Okay. So this is apparently Cooltune versus Elfnote. Actually, let me go over here. I think I saw a Maxi already. Did I see a Maxi? Can someone play the game? Can someone play the game? Jaro, thank you for the 24 months and the kind words. Welcome back. Marino Lauretino, thank you for the 4 months as well. And Artonis, thank you for the 27. Okay, this Cooltune going first. Wait, Rotary can reveal Hydraulis? Okay. Wanted and Charmy sleeves, nice combo. Ooh, they do have the Charmy sleeves down here. I love those. The Wanted sleeves also look good. Do you have the Wanted sleeves? Young cards? Are they in stock? Or more importantly, do you still have the Charmy sleeves? Not in stock, but I can get them. Ooh. I'm loaded on the Charmy sleeves. All right, if you want the Charmy sleeves, you know what to do. Ooh, it plays Visas. Looking at hand, they've got Lucina, Bell, Lucina. Ooh, this is the hand trap, isn't it? Because Elfnote, that's one thing about Elfnote as well. Elfnote does have an in-engine hand trap as well. I think it's this one. I don't know what it's called. Fortuna is the light one, I think. But the wind one is the hand trap, I think. Regina, yeah. Shameless self plug. Use Josh 10. Yeah, you can use Josh 10 to get the Charmy sleeves if you guys want to. So Regina is like you have to discard an Elfnote card, right, to summon it from hand. I think Elfnote has 2 Veilers in hand. I think those are alt art Veilers. The not Elfnote, the Cool Tune player has 2 Veilers in hand. The Cool Tune hand seems pretty bad. Seems very non-engine heavy. Is Regina the red one? No, the red one is Lucina. Lucina is the one we already have in TCG. We have in TCG we have Lucina, we have Fortuna, which is the light one, and we have Tinia, which is the water one. But the wind one is the best one, and that's in Blazing Dominion. Welcome back, K9 Noroi. Yeah. Where can I find this content? Because I moved into Tokyo and I wanted to start playing here. I can't find YouTube OCG duels. I don't know if you guys know any channels. I mean, I linked this one in the chat a moment ago. I can link you again. I'm not sure what store it is though. I thought Japan banned excessive hand shuffling. Did they? I don't know. In another game, not in yugioh. Okay. What is DoomZ doing? Is it behind because it's not a synchro deck? I could see that being the reason. I mean, I don't have that much experience with DoomZ, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But from what I've heard from some OCG players, like the format is very much shaped by the power of Fedralis Harmonia, which I think is honestly relatively likely to be similar in the TCG because like the TCG is already operating at a lower power level than the OCG. So a high impact removal hand trap like Fedralis Harmonia entering the format, you're gonna be very inclined to play it. Like it's gonna be a very powerful card. I guess there's only 2 things that's holding it back. On the one hand, Arclight is being banned, so it's much weaker in Mitsurugi. And I'm not sure how important Fedralis is against like Radiant Typhoon, which is a part of the TCG meta more so than in the OCG. But like even against Radiant Typhoon, it's a good hand trap. Like the thing is, like against Radiant Typhoon, if you want to hand trap them, it's like it's really inconsistent because you never know how many starters they drew, and sometimes it's correct to just ash the first thing or imperm the first thing. But with Fedralis Harmonia, I feel like just every game becomes somewhat winnable because you just Fedralis the Link 2. And that means their end board, that's a real choke point. Like that's a genuine good choke point against Radiant Typhoon to just Fedralis the Link 2. Because that's going to take away a lot of card advantage from them. And also potentially they might not have the mandate at all. Of course, they can remake the Link 2, maybe, but that costs them a lot of resources as well. Right? So it's a very interesting choke point in that regard. So long story short, I think being able to play Fedralis Harmonia is going to be a major factor in the near future. Will Fedralis get limited? It's something I could see happening. I think, like, I guess it depends a little bit because there's multiple things they can do to handle Fedralis Harmonia, quote unquote, because like they could also just make sure that the synchro decks in the format receive some hits, and then, you know, because it's all in their control in that regard, right? They decide what kind of decks they make, right? Like, do they make a new synchro deck? Or do they make a new Exceed deck? Or do they make a deck that needs multiple mechanics, right? Like, it's all in there. It's essentially, it's completely arbitrary, right? Because if they just stop making synchro only decks from now on, then Fedralis Harmonia might fade away naturally, right? But we don't know that. Even non-synchro decks use it, like Mitsu. Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a popular card in certain formats, but even that, like, it's also on them if they make a deck that doesn't need the extra deck. So, but I would, my personal guess is that if Fedralis Harmonia stays at 3, then I guess it's just going to be harder for them to make decks in general, right? It's like, as long as this card is around, every synchro deck that they make gets a buff, which is kind of like the same situation that they put themselves in with Dominus Impulse and Dominus Purge. Like, it's weird because hand traps with restrictions on them, on the one hand, you would think like, oh, that's good design because they have restrictions, but on the other hand, it makes it just like very selective in terms of like which decks just get a buff. It seems super random. Like, oh, this deck now gets to play Dominus Impulse and Dominus Spark and Fedralis Harmonia, and that's why it's broken. Or that's why it's even good. It feels kind of arbitrary. I don't know how I feel about restrictions on non-engine in that way. Because, like, I think engines should have heavy restrictions in Yu-Gi-Oh! But non-engine, I don't know, in some ways should maybe be available to all decks. I'm not sure how I feel about, like, some decks randomly just having better non-engine than others. This is crazy slow play by the left guy. It's locals. I'm sure it's not that serious. The problem is that it's random and that they don't plan it. Malice shouldn't have had Impulse. I don't think it's as random as you think. I think it's a deliberate decision. Even if I personally, I agree with you. I think Malice should not have had Dominus Impulse access. But at the same time, I think these cards, they came out so close to each other. I think it's no way it wasn't intended. It was definitely planned. I still disagree with it. I still think they shouldn't have done it that way. It feels like a very weird tool to just make sure your decks sell, right? Like it's like okay, if Malice wasn't good enough already, now it's definitely good enough, right? But I think that's the idea behind it. Yeah, and then they also, after seeing how good Dominus Impulse was in Dark only decks, they also made Dominus Spark. Like, there's no way it's not intended. You want more Fire Fist sleeves? Oh, I'd be down. I love those. The ones I'm using right now are also not mine. I took them from Niels. He wants them back. He wants them back. He gave me 15, but he said he wants them back. So this, what's happening in this game so far seems is what I was talking about earlier. That this seems kind of fun to me because it is still turn 1, but it does feel like the player on the right had some decent impact on the outcome of this game, but without actually negating any of the cards. Oh, is that Q hitting 2 of the Elfnote spells? That's bad. I don't think you want him to draw this one. Probably put it at the bottom. I'm pretty sure that's just straight up a starter for the deck. I think it's really good, so I don't think they want them to have it. Does Elfnote still have a disruption here with the like switch position between the center main monster zone and the other card, or? Yeah, they put it to bottom. They already did. Okay, right. All right, and pass. Okay, so do these two elf notes still do anything? Let me check. Hold up. Elf note. Do these two still do anything on the board? No. Oh yeah, Lucina is during your main phase, you can add an elf note monster from your deck to your hand. Dude, elf note is in a good position here. Lucina only on the player's turn. Yeah, but they did pass, right? Because the elf note player just drew a card. I'm pretty sure they passed. So Cool Tune still has Veiler, but they did use the Fedralis from hand to synchro, right? Into the Visas. Is this live locals or recording? It's a recording. It's a YouTube video. So Cool Tune, dude, I don't know. The more games that I see from Cool Tune, the more I actually think people are just dooming about it, and it might not be as bad for the game as people are saying, because it doesn't seem that broken. This is still a very early thing, but like the deck itself isn't really doing all that much. Like maybe it's like if it goes uninterrupted, it's really broken. And yeah, the aspect of looking at your opponent's hand has the potential to be really toxic. Okay, we make back-to-back with Clip and Visas. So now we get a random extra deck banish, which could matter against Elfnote, I guess. Because the list that I looked at earlier had mostly one-ofs in the extra deck for Elfnote. That is one of the new Power Patron level 10s, right? You search that with Lucina. Oh, extra deck rip. But they're using the Try Me sleeve, so they're not going to hit anything important. Oh, never mind. They hit Requiem. Okay, well, no Fiendsmith for you. Bro, that's crazy. That's the single most impactful one to hit out of the entire Fiendsmith engine as well. God. At the same time, like, is it that bad? It's not that different. Like, functionally, it's not that different from ashing a Requiem. Right? You just cut off your opponent of the Fiendsmith engine, but they don't actually they don't waste bodies for it either. Like, I understand it's not a fun thing to happen, but at the same time, it's also not that broken. Even if you hit a good card like Requiem. Maybe all this knowledge is kind of justified by the deck not being super explosive. I think that's the idea behind it. Yes, I think the deck is supposed to be a little bit lower ceiling and control-y, which is why it's getting more powerful interruptions or interactions, right? I think that's the basic idea, right? Which I think is fine. It still doesn't change the fact that some people simply don't like these interactions. Okay, it seems like CoolTune just doesn't have a play here. Elfnote. Did the Elfnote player scoop or the CoolTune player scoop? I don't even know. But it seems like the Elfnote player just didn't have that much going on there. Where is this from? The left one is playing on a Korean playmat? I have no idea. All right, we're going to skip over side decking. All right, and now it should be Elfnote going first. I did see a Fuwa in the CoolTune player's hand. This is the one thing, right? This is the one thing that I'm a little bit scared of. And I've definitely experienced this a couple of times in the past, right? Like the Mold Charmy debate, I think, is about to get a whole nother dimension with all those turn 0 plays, right? Because in my opinion, the Mold Charmies are only okay if they force the opponent to make a half board and then the game starts basically like you start playing on your turn. But when your opponent is under a Mold Charmy and you have turn 0 plays, so you kind of like take apart their half board and you take apart their half board and you make a board already on turn 0, and then they're forced to keep playing into the Charmy, then I think it becomes problematic. Like basically the only world in which Charmies are okay is when your opponent is playing like a combo deck, then they make a half board, then they pass, and then you start playing against the half board. That Yu-Gi-Oh is good in my opinion. But when you activate a Charmy, your opponent makes like Snatchy Pass, and then you go Phimena or Fedralis Harmonia or Holly Sue or whatever. That's when it becomes really obnoxious. So I think they should decide on what to do, right? Because in a world where they start making decks inherently better at going second, like they make engines stronger for going second in general, I think the Charmies are something they should not need anymore. But that's all something for the future, I guess. Have you read the new trap? Not yet. I forgot, but I'll do it after this one. Okay, Media's the Pure. I'm pretty sure Media's the Pure does everything, right? I'm pretty sure if this goes through, you're not playing the game. So you better chain that Fuwa right now. Oh no, Fedralis. Because Fedralis has to be chained to it directly. Okay. So we're revealing 5 for Fedralis. I assume we are still chaining Fuwa after. That's a really good hand. That's a very good way to put it. I was looking for a way to put it, but you put it pretty well. The Charmies were designed to make going second better, but if going second is already good, then the Charmies are problematic. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say, but I didn't find the words for it. So Medius gets popped, Fuwa resolved. We send Wind Pegasus. So the Wind Pegasus is like if one of your cards get destroyed, you can destroy one of their cards or something. If another card you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect while this card's on the field or in the grave, you can banish this card, target a card your opponent controls, shuffle it into the deck. Okay. So we are not interested. We are not interested in immediate removal. Instead, we set up for later. Okay. Oh yeah, it's because Medius doesn't have to summon. You can add to hand, right? So they add to hand the big power patron and not the Elfnote. Oh, okay. Special Lucina. Dude, I think they're fine into Fuwa here actually. So if we ban Charmies because second is good enough, we can keep Ash Blossom. My biggest issue with Ash Blossom is that it negates Charmies, and the Charmies are the cards that make going second more playable at the moment. But yes, in a world where they solve this problem, where they make going second playable without Charmies, in that world where the game is not reliant on Charmies, I don't care much about Ash Blossom. Yeah. Doesn't Ash just get used going first to stop turn 0 plays like Izuna and Holisu then? It depends what exactly the decks do, right? Like, yeah, in those cases, yes. Okay, we Lucina, add Fortuna. They might be fine into Fuwa here. So this is the Elfnote. Not called Elfnote though. The Power Patron spell, right? Power Patron. Yeah, Unleashed Power Patron Portal Terminus. Send a Power Patron from your deck or extract to the grave, then add a Dark Fairy from your deck to your hand. So they add the big Power Patron, which in scale lets you destroy this card and special a Power Patron from hand or grave. Okay. Oh, so they circumvent Fuwa that way because they sent the Power Patron from deck to grave and now special it from grave. So no Fuwa draws. What country are we watching? I don't know exactly which country. It's OCG. Okay, first Fuwa draw is going to be acquired. What is it going to be? Is that Baron? I think that makes Baron, right? Because it's the Power Patron. It's the Power Patron increased level by 3 plus 6 is 10. Yeah. Ah, Baron the Fleur summon 4. God bless. At least there's only one positive about this. They can't use the Baron to pop the Fedralis, because if they do, then the Pegasus in the graveyard triggers. Unban Baron in TCG? Nah, dude. Like Baron the Fleur, honestly, Baron the Fleur is one of the best things that TCG has banned. There's a lot of things that TCG has banned that were really good, but Baron is probably the best one over the OCG. It's probably like I think I would rather ban generic extra deck stuff like before I would hit the random maxi. And I'm being serious. I would ban the one of maxi in a heartbeat. But I think all the generic extra deck stuff that's available is more cringe because it's available in every game to these decks. Baron is fine. Ban the ways for Slop to make Baron. That is not a realistic suggestion. What do you mean? You want to ban every tuner? Nah. There's also what's the reasoning for this? In which world do you reach that reasoning? Every other level 10 synchro is completely fine. Why would you ban synchro and tuner strategies if the problem is always what they end on? That makes no sense. That was enough for you to surrender? Bro, how bad is Cool Tune into boards? Was their hand just incredibly unlucky or what? Why'd they surrender to Baron plus Trap Pass? The hell? They had like 6 cards in hand. 5 or 6 cards. If Baron required a Synchro Tuner, then it'd be less splashable. I mean, yeah, if the card was worse, it would be worse. Good point. If Baron was level 36, it would be harder to summon. Alright, skip. Hello. Dude, the majority of this video is side decking. There's not even that much time. Dude, what's happening? Okay, we're gaming. That looks like a lot of Cool Tune starters and an Ash Blossom. From what I can tell. What do you think about more protective kind of negates they keep making, like Stardust Dragon, Victim Sanctuary, and Zaylin, for example? I personally, I think the more niche a negate is, the better. My least favorite forms of negation are just straight up Omni Negate everything and Monster Effect negation, period. I think every other form of negate is more healthy than those two. Even like monster, like negating monster effects is okay as long as you can just negate monsters on the field. Like if your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, do whatever. I think that's fine. Do you think the way to go is the way of Phantom and Carmel? No, dude. That's the most broken form of negation, is the ones that don't actually negate it, but they change it to something that's beneficial for you. What are you on about? You found the one thing that's even more broken than an Omni Negate, which is change your effect to do something good for me. That's crazy. The way to go, man. Phantom of Yubel is back at 3 in Master Duel and doesn't do anything. That is a terrible argument. It just means the deck is outdated. The card itself is still unhealthy. In general, popularity is a terrible way to define whether a card is healthy or not. Regina got ashed. Ooh, our turn 0 play got ashed. Nice. Let's go first, uninterrupted. I mean, I can tell you how this game is going to end even without knowing the cards in that much detail, but I just know the player going second has used the Ghost Bell, which didn't successfully stop the opponent, and then they invested 2 cards into the Regina turn 0 play, and they got ashed, and now Cool Tune is comboing against 2 cards in hand. So I can tell you how this is going to go. They're going to go mix, destroy the Regina, If that can be destroyed, yep, it can be destroyed. They're going to go Q, look at the top 2 cards of the deck. Oh, nice. You're going to draw a Droll Lockbird. Have fun with that one next turn. Awesome. Okay, cool. And you have 2 cards in hand. Foggers. Oh, Ash back. Oh, it recycles Ash. No. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, dude, I like how the ending screen already pops up because you know what's gonna happen. GG's, brother. GG's. That was a good Ash you had there. It was a good Ash. I like how you activated that Ash Blossom. That was very well done. All right. Well. All right. New trap? Yes. 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 All right, we have another trap. It is giving me pack filler vibes, but the artwork is funny. Is that tour guide? This is Stygian Dirge. No, not Dirge. Whatever. Some Stygian card. And then some Goblin. Continuous trap. Lane restriction. Oh, it's Beat Cop. Right. Continuous trap. When this card resolves, you can special one of your banished monsters to your rightmost main monster zone. If your opponent normal or special summons a monster to their main monster zone, they must use the leftmost usable zones. What? If your opponent normal or special summons a monster to their main monster zone, they must use the leftmost usable zones. Okay. Doesn't this kind of cook Elfnote? Oh, wait, it does! It does destroy Elfnote. That is so randomly specific for that one matchup where it has to summon into the center main monster zone, otherwise they don't work. I don't think that's good enough to see play. This should work the other way around in TCG because we drive on the right side. That would be funny. It would be funny if they, depending on the language, they changed the way the card worked. I don't think they will do that. I don't think they will do that, though. Okay. I have a ruling question for this. Let's say I'm playing a Link deck, okay? Let's say I'm playing Yummy, all right? Let's say I'm playing Yummy. And even though the play doesn't make sense, but I have a ruling question. If, let's say I make Link Karibo in the extra monster zone and it points downwards, right? Then I special a Yummy from my hand. I have to summon it in the leftmost main monster zone, right? Understood. Can I link that Yummy into Snatchy? No, right? I can't. Because I would have to link, if I want to link summon, I have to put it in the very left or in the extra monster zone. In the extra monster zone, you can always do it, but like that at the moment, that is occupied by Link Karibo in this hypothetical scenario, right? So the zone is occupied by Link Karibo. So the leftmost usable zone would be the one that my Yummy monster is in right now. But if I turn that Yummy monster into Snatchy, the Snatchy would not go into that zone. Right? Okay. Usable implies you could summon. It says usable zone. Yeah, but like in theory, in theory, my leftmost monster zone is usable. It's just not legal to summon my link monster there, right? But it is a usable zone. It just says like, oh, if you want to summon a monster, you have to summon it here. Which means if I'm summoning a link monster and it can't go there right now, then I can't do it. Right? Yeah. Usable zone is just the leftmost free monster zone, I believe. And usable also implies that the zone is not locked by another effect. Like, for example, this card does not work together with Kashtira Shangri-Ira, right? Like, let's say in theory, you play Kashtira, you play this card, you use Shangri-Ira to lock your opponent's leftmost monster zone. That zone is ignored by this card. It just moves one over, the way I read it. Of course, this is all hypothetical for now because the card isn't out yet. But in theory, if Shangri-Ira zone locks you, that zone is not usable anymore. So the leftmost usable monster zone is the next one to that. So the combination of this card plus Shangri-Ira would not lock you out of the game immediately, right? Because otherwise that could genuinely be like a card you would play in like Kashtira decks, right? Lots of ruling questions for pack filler. Yes, it's probably, all of this is probably irrelevant. However, I find it still funny, and I find it way funnier or way more fun to think about cards like this than if they make pack fillers that are just terrible cards. Like, for example, the Pendulum we looked at yesterday, there was nothing funny about it. There was nothing interesting about it. It was just a bad card. Like, this one is probably also irrelevant, but at least it's fun to think about, right? So if they're gonna make pack fillers, I would rather them be like this, right? Is there any use case for the first effect of this card? Probably not, right? Like, is that a new thing? Is Call of the Haunted from Banish a new thing? I don't think so, right? It's not. There's probably a card that does that already. Probably something that does that. It's technically not a terrible effect, but of course on a continuous trap, it's not great. The thing is, like, the only deck that this really cooks is probably Elfnote, but even Elfnote, there's gonna be ways around it, right? Like, all you have to do to play around this card in Elfnote is like summon 2 other monsters, right? Like, for example, your opponent activates this card, you're playing Elfnote, you can just summon Medius on the left, then Medius special summons the Elfnote next to it, and then the next free zone is the middle, so you can summon your Elfnotes, right? So it's not going to be a good card. It's not going to be a good card against Elfnotes, even there, right? Even in the matchup where it's kind of like would make sense. There's ways to play around it. So which is the general problem with floodgates, is that they are either completely broken because they actually auto-win you the game, or they are completely useless because there's too many loopholes to play around them. And this card definitely has too many loopholes. So it's more like a funny gimmick to think about, but it's not actually a good card. Yeah. Elfnotes can use this to force you to summon into the same column as Elfnotes, which you then can't use as materials. Yeah, okay, but like, we're talking about an unsearchable continuous trap that relies on you already playing the game. I'm sure there's better things. You know. This one would be DoomZ versus Mitsu. We can take a look at some DoomZ. Yeah, I'm down. So like, so far my impression of this format is that, or like Blazing Dominion as a whole, is that from what I've seen so far in these games, right, the most impactful thing on Yu-Gi-Oh as a whole is Fedralis Harmonia, which is to be expected. Because other than that, unironically, like, the gameplay from Elfnote, the gameplay from Cool Tune, so far looked relatively replaceable with other, like the engine that was behind these games didn't even matter that much. It's not like we saw someone win because the Elfnote cards or the Cool Tune cards outmaneuvered their opponent's cards like crazy. It was usually just like, okay, look at the non-engine that I had. Was that good enough to stop you? No. The only thing that Cool Tune showed was that it does have, even though the lines don't look fancy under Droll and Lockbird, it does have good interruptions after getting drolled. That was something we saw. So Droll and Lockbird, like, which is funnily enough probably the desired play pattern for Droll and Lockbird. The best case scenario is when it doesn't stop someone from playing completely, but it does impact the ceiling of their board. This is something that seems to be the case with Cool Tune. You know, they didn't go for fancy combos under Droll, but they still had some interactions after, so that's fine in that regard, right? Like the Droll versus Cool Tune, it did make them pass their turn relatively quickly, but they didn't pass on nothing. So I guess in that regard, that dynamic is fine, which is good news, I suppose. But it's also still only possible because Cool Tune has a lot of non-engine, right? Like it only works out that way because the non-engine is saving them basically in those games. Has anybody started playing Red Dragon Artreat Mitsu because of the new synchro that can search Habakiri? I don't know. I haven't seen any of it, but my guess is also like it doesn't really matter because like every deck can search Habakiri if it wants to, especially in the OCG, right? I forgot about the eventual GMX support. Wait, Blazing Dominion, we haven't got, have we gotten the second wave of GMX yet? No, right? GMX's first wave was in the last set. So in my head, I don't know why, but I thought we were getting the chess archetype in this one. But the chess, I think the chess archetype is in Chaos Origin, right? They just announced it already. That confused me, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so actually we do get a second wave of GMX. I mean, GMX, so far, GMX has done nothing, but the GMX cards I still think are relatively potent. Like, there is a world where the second wave of GMX is impactful. Like, those cards are not bad. The first one. GMX will be bad. It could be. We know, but that's the thing with TCG exclusives, we never know. It's really hard to prepare for it because one set you have like something that's not impactful at all, and then you get Mitsurugi, which does everything, and you never know, right? You literally never know. Like the first wave of Mitsu was already okay, but nowhere near like top tier. It was playable in some, like there was like Ryziel Mitsu already. But no one could have ever imagined what the second wave would have done for me. Like the second wave for Mitsu was broken to an extent that no one expected. Like that was a crazy wave of support. I mean, Habakiri alone would have been insane. But like also don't underestimate the printing of Mitsurugi Mirror, making the deck able to play pre-prep. That was an insane addition to the deck as well, right? What else was second wave for Mitsu? Was the rest all irrelevant? Was the trap second wave? Magatama? Aramasa was second wave? Oh. Yeah, Wosu, it was, hold up, it's 7 cards, right? Habakiri, Wosu, Aramasa, Mirror. The other trap, I think the Sacred Boundary or whatever it's called, like the continuous spell that's unplayable. Oh yeah, and Tempest. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's like it's weird because half of those cards are unplayable, but then it was Habakiri, Aramasa, Mirror, and Wosu, which is crazy. Completely insane. Yeah. So you never know. All that we do know is that the first wave of GMX cards is already not bad. They have some pretty good cards. They have a pretty cool concept behind it. And if the second wave is good, if the second wave is strong, then it might happen. I will say with GMX, I think it's a little bit different though than with Mitsu because I think it's unlikely. I do think it's unlikely that GMX is going to be good as its own deck. just with how the archetype works, I feel like it's more likely you're gonna end up like splashing it somewhere for some crazy like dinosaur slop, whatever. Like, but there's a world where that works. Like GMX has synergies with like Fur Hires already, for example. So depending on what happens, you could see like people play like GMX for hire or GMX like Jurak or whatever. I don't know. From the first Mitsu wave, at least it looks like they tried to make it competitive with Murakumo prayers. I'm tired of just guessing. I'll just wait. Another question I have is, do you guys think Clown Clan is worth playing or is playable with the first wave already? Because I kind of don't think so. It was completely unplayable. Like no one played it in the OCG for the first iteration, which is unfortunate because I really like the concept of this deck. I really want to play it, but I'm afraid that it's probably not going to be good enough until we get the second wave, which is kind of what I'm expecting. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but my prediction is it's probably not good. With Blazing Dominion, we're probably going to have to wait for Chaos Origin. Do you think it's meta after the second wave? I have to play it. The concept to me seems incredibly fun, so I'm going to try it, but I'm not sure if it's meta or too gimmicky. But I'm gonna try it. Are we getting? Hold up. Are we getting Chaos Origin before Euros? Oh, we are. Ooh, you can play Clown Clan at Euros. Potentially, if it's good. Oh, all right. Okay. But that's a little bit too far ahead in the future right now. For now, I want to take a look at DoomZ. So what is DoomZ getting? DoomZ's getting the new power patrons. We've looked at those already. They were in Elfnotes. But DoomZ specifically gets Graflario, which is the one that kind of works like a Zodiac, right? You can also summon it by using any DoomZ XYZ. Detach a material, add a DoomZ spell trap from your deck to hand, then you can destroy a card on the field. If this card is destroyed, you can special a non-exceeds DoomZ from your deck or grave. That seems like a really good card. What else is DoomZ? Is that all? Nah, there was more DoomZ, right? This is, yeah, DoomZ command, Adrastea. First time the equipped monster would be destroyed by battle each turn. It's not destroyed. You can only use each effect once per turn. During your main phase, you can destroy the equipped monster, and if you do special, a DoomZ from hand, grave, or banishment. If this card is in your grave, you can target a face-up you control, equip it to it. Okay. Zegrado, the Pendulum. This card is always treated as a DoomZ card. Destroy this card and a power patron or DoomZ in your hand or face-up field. Destroy a card in the field. Yeah, the new power patrons are really good. Banish 3. You know what? Let's just take a look at the DoomZ deck. The game. Milan Hockey, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate you. And let me go over here. There's more space over here. Ooh, look, they got the Master Duel Mirror Jade playmat. That's nice. Ah. Anyway, let's see how good that Ash is. So these are the spots that, like, where Ash Blossom, you could argue, is a fine card when the player going second has it. But still, I feel like this exact spot is weird because what I feel like is about to happen is either the player on the left is going to do the whole thing anyways, or they're just going to pass. Which I feel like both are not desirable gameplay, but anyways. Right? Like, it's like, okay, cool, nice. I wanted to see some DoomZ gameplay, and this is what I got. And so it's like these are the moments where Ash going second actually does something, right? But what it does is still create kind of a non-game for the most part. At least at first glance. Of course, maybe there's a chance this game still ends up being good, but it doesn't look like it's going to be, because I can tell you, I can see on the left side there's a Droll and Lockbird, so it's like, okay, now we're looking if that's going to be good enough to skip your turn, and then after we've skipped each other's turns, then maybe there's going to be a game of Yu-Gi-Oh being played. I don't know. I know what these cards do. Kusanagi Aramasa. That Droll looking good. They are kind of respecting Droll here, right? Because they are not starting with... They're not starting with Habakiri. Yeah, it is smart to send both of these at the same time because you're getting two searches out in one chain, and then you can potentially still use Kusanagi later. But the Droll is still gonna hurt. Did you see the bridge between Mitsu and Elfnote? No. And I will wait until the last possible moment to find out about it. Did you see the bridge between Altergeist and Yami? You guys can stop asking me whether I've seen the bridge into Mitsurugi or into Yami, okay? Like, no, I haven't seen all of the bridges, but yes, I'm aware that everything bridges into these, okay? Like that, you're not revealing anything crazy or special, all right? Dude, like, the more of these games we watch, the more I actually want to do the thing that I talked about. I don't know when we talked about it, but I said, like, I want to actually make like an analysis of this where we go ahead and we watch like official YCS feature matches and stuff, and we just count like how often do non-engine cards just like auto win games, or like what's the win rate for these cards when you go first, what's the win rate for these cards going second. I genuinely kind of want to do that, where we just like spend a stream or maybe even multiple, because that seems like a long thing. But I would like to have some numbers on this, because it's more like a gut feeling and more like a thing, like just how I feel about it. But I would like to back it up by some numbers so I can actually tell people, like, yeah, here, like this card, Ash going first wins you games this often, Ash going second wins you games this often. I think it's an interesting thing, because the more I think about it, the more I watch modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I think non-engine isn't talked about enough, which is weird because people often talk about non-engine, but like the impact it has on these games is so far, it's literally just been Ash negate starter, now droll shutdown turn, and then when are you starting to play the game? Uwa. They play Tornado Dragon in OCG. They do play Tornado Dragon. Ooh, the demise slaps. It's crazy. The demise also makes this deck a lot stronger into draw. In a case like this one, because you just do the thing from hand twice. So this is what... Ah, they have crown. Okay, so they're gonna crown the Murakumo so they take less damage. Oh, get rotated. So they take 45? Deuce. That was a spell. Is that a starter? I mean, it probably doesn't play through Zeus plus Murakumo plus whatever that face down is. Set should be prayers. Yeah, they added it back with Kusanagi. So it's prayers. So they are inclined to use prayers before Zeus, because, you know, doesn't really make sense. But I'm pretty sure that the DoomZ player still doesn't have a play, right? Because the pendulum that they just activated is during your main phase, you can destroy both this card and the Power Patron or DoomZ monster in your hand or face-up field, which they don't have. They can't activate that effect. I think they're just baiting right now. The right guy's mad is sick and all, but it will really help to see the zones. Are you uncertain what the zones for these cards are right now? Like I agree with you in theory. I like it when people have zones to make it clear, but in this particular instance, I don't think there's an issue. I don't think there's any question to which zones these cards are in right now. This is DoomZ Raiders. During your main phase, you can destroy one other DoomZ card in your hand or face-up field, then add to your hand or special a DoomZ from your deck. It was like Zodiac Barrage. put 1.5. The crazy thing is it's already at 1.25. This is already sped up a little bit. I guess that's what extra turns instead of immediate double loss does to people. Now it's 1.5. Dude, it looks like a normal game now almost. It's still kind of slow. It's still kind of slow. So, isn't this game just over because Murakumo is going to come back and they have one card left in hand? Joking about that search. The pendulum searches. Does it search? Oh yeah, it doesn't have to be destroyed. It says if this card is added to your extra deck face up, you can add a Power Patron or DoomZ spell trap from your deck to your hand. It doesn't have to be destroyed. It does trigger. Wait, so all they have to play through is one Murakumo discard, and they are gonna get a search now. Maybe it's doable? Hold up. How did they... Wait. How did this become playable? If it is playable, I don't even know if it is. Because like they can search here and they could just use the other card that they have as a discard for joking. They could just use this as the last card in hand as a discard for Murakumo. So it just depends on whether DoomZ has a one card combo on a spell trap. Okay, that is DoomZ Doomderg, I think. No, it's DoomZ Change. DoomZ Change is destroy a DoomZ card in your hand, deck, or field, except Change. If this card is destroyed by card effect, you can do some other stuff. Okay, so they discard for Murakumo. They destroy from deck the DoomZ Power Patron, which is going to search now any DoomZ card. And this is DoomZ Alara. If this card is normal or special summoned or destroyed, you can set a DoomZ spell trap from your deck. While this card's equipped with an equipped card quick effect, you can special summon a wind machine. Okay, normal summon effect. Oh, they're checking extra deck. Dude, they're bluffing Fedralis Harmonia. I don't think they have it. Maybe they do. They do have it. Okay, never mind. Alright, that cooks. So now we get DoomZ command address Thea. Destroy the equipped monster if you do special summon one other DoomZ from hand, grave, or banishment. Okay. Dude, I'm telling you right now, if this one card solves this all, this deck might be broken. If DoomZ wins this game, this deck might be broken. Oh, Zeus hidden effect is gonna activate. Oh no, they equip Zeus. Okay. Bring this back. Equip this. Oh, now I can summon one from extra deck, right? Because it's equipped. Oh, hold up. Rank up. Oh god. Wait. Rank up into Deactorus. Deactorus is if this card is special, you can destroy a DoomZ in hand or field, then destroy a monster on the field. If this card is destroyed by a card effect, well, has no. I think they're just gonna rank up. I think they don't use that effect. I think they just rank up. Into the new graph layer or what? Yeah. Yeah, there's the new graph layer. Once per turn, you can also summon it like a Zodiac. Then you can detach raw material from this card, add a DoomZ spell trap from your deck to your hand. Then you can destroy a card on the field. If this card is destroyed by a card effect, you can special a non-exceeds DoomZ from your deck or grave. Is this 2 times speed? It looks like normal speed. It's 1.5, but yes, 1.5 is basically normal now. I love that DoomZ just destroys cards additionally, so it's nice for board breaking. It does feel like what we talked about earlier, like a lot of these cards just get better when you're going second, which is cool. Because also like the equip spell, right? Like the equip spell equipping onto your opponent's stuff and then you pop it was nice. So this is DoomZ change again, but they already used it, and I'm sure it's once per turn. Yeah, it is once per turn. And now they do get a pop from the graph layer. Oh, they searched something else. No, never mind. Are they not gonna pop? Oh, there's no line. Okay, they surrender. Unfortunate. Yeah, it seemed like they drew a lot of engine requirements that were missing at the end there. Ooh, I see Solemn Judgment. Love that for me. Is DoomZ all wind? Ah, no, they have some darks. Okay, so it can't play Dominus Purge. Okay. This is DoomZ 5, Amalthea. If this card's normal or special or destroyed, you can add a DoomZ monster from your deck to your hand. While this card is equipped, you can special a Wind Machine Exceed from your extra deck with the same rank and attach this card anti-equip card as material. Okay. So we go Zagredo, we go Drastea, destroy the Zagredo. Special summon this card, then equip it with an equip spell from the deck. Now Zagredo activates because it's put into the extra deck. Okay, now it's cooking. And we equipped it with Doomderg. And And we add Adrastea. Adrastea equip the Amalthea. Now rank up into Deoctarus. Rank up into Graflair. Okay, now we can add a DoomZ spell trap from deck to hand. We add DoomZ Raiders. Activate Raiders. Raiders effect to pop the Graflair. Because if it's destroyed, you can summon a non-exceed DoomZ from deck or grave. And then, okay, Raiders specials the Alara, and now the Graflair also triggers. You get the one back from grave. Oh, did they change their mind or did they use an effect right now? I think they changed their mind. Dude, that's such a vibe. Like, nah, you know what? Go next. I would have liked to see what it would have ended on, but it looked like that's the thing, right? The Medius lore decks. The Medius lore decks started out pretty balanced, and they are pretty cool designs overall, but I think they are, with Blazing Dominion, they are getting to a point where if they combo, they do win, right? All of the Medius lore, like at least Elfnote and DoomZ, it feels like, you know, if they do their full thing, then, you know, like, the trap, yeah, the trap is like the DoomZ trap is cards cannot be added from main deck to your opponent's hand except by drawing. So, yep. DoomZ has issues with layering. Okay. Well, I think, like, issues with layering only matters, though, if people are actually playing board breakers. And it doesn't seem like that's going to be a thing after Blazing Dominion. Much, at least. Doesn't feel like there's much board breakers going on. All right, game 3 is Mitsu going first for the first time. Ooh, they drew the DoomZ trap, which means they left it in the deck for going second. I guess it's that good against Mitsu. But I don't think they drew non-engine DoomZ. Is DoomZ a deck with a lot of room for non-engine even? It seems like a very, very engine-heavy deck to me. Which maybe is okay because they do have a lot of bonus effects for going second to destroy cards on the field. Maybe it can operate and break boards. It feels like, I don't know how many of each of these cards they play, but they have a lot of different, like, engine requirements. I'm getting different numbers in chat, but I suppose, like, it does sound like it's a little more engine heavy. Is Archmage bad even after the new support? I haven't seen it in Road of the King. Bad? No. But top meta? Also no. At least in OCG. But that's the thing. I think Archmage is a deck that could thrive in the TCG because the TCG is a little bit lower power level. At least at the moment. But Archmage feels like a deck that's going to be very good into Fualos. And if Fualos seems really good into the other decks. In Blazing Dominion, like everyone's gonna be maining Fuwa. Everyone's maining Fuwa now already, but maybe Archmage could be like a more balanced version that's better into the non-engine that people play. I could see there being a room for it. All right, so I'm telling you right now, this board is really strong, but it is probably beatable with all the bonus effects that DoomZ has. But if there's 3 or 4 cards in hand, I think it's 3. If those are good non-engine, then it's going to be really tough. Oh, Fuwa off the top. That sucks. Maybe he gets a draw off the Masquerena, though. Okay, Power Patron Starter. That's good. I think I saw what they have. I think I saw what the Mitsu player has in hand, but I'm pretty sure I saw it. But yeah, let's see. I think they have more than one good non-engine in hand from what I could see. Oh, there's Droll. Fog Champion. What did they do to Droll on the most recent OCG list? They put it to 1? Or also 2? Because it is, in these games, it's still at 3. They put it to 1? Okay, good. Bro, by the way, so far, the engine has not done anything. They haven't done anything with their Mitsurugi cards. Have they not made them pay Murakumo tax? Not even that. No. And I'm pretty sure they have Ash in hand too. I think I saw it. I think they went first full combo Ash Troll Impulse. Oh, I think it's Giga cooked. Heavy Storm. That's funny. Draw from Fuva? Nope. Roland Lockbird. Yeah. Dude, you should be forced to declare what non-engine you've drawn when you go first in Yu-Gi-Oh! So that when my opponent goes first and has Solemn Judgment, Impulse, Ash, and Jolin Lockbird in their hand, I don't have to watch their combo. Like, come on, man. You didn't have a chance in this game to begin with. You weren't part of it. Which ones did Dugaris draw, do you think? Well, I mean, Dugaris drew for sure Solemn Judgment and Jolin Lockbird. Because you open Ash already to play around Fuwa, of course. That's the smart way to do it. Tabakiri again. I don't think they used Tabakiri turn 1. I mean, we didn't really learn that much about DoomZ in this one either. Because it's just like, game 2, they were doing their combo. Game 2, they were doing their combo, but then the opponent just surrendered. Which all it tells us is that either their hand was bad, or that DoomZ, indeed, if it goes uninterrupted, is pretty hard to beat. But that's true for most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, right? And then, and then what we also learned is that when the Mitsurugi player goes first with full board plus Impulse, Droll, Ash, and Solemn Judgment, they indeed won the game pretty uncontested. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that most of this is exclusive to the OCG, because if anything, this is less likely in the OCG at the moment because they have 2 Ash, 2 Impulse, and with the new ban list also only 1 Droll. But like, there's I think there is an argument to be made that they need to take a look at how non-engine impacts Yu-Gi-Oh games these days, because the engine in these games that we watched today, for the most part, the engine was just the way you do 8,000 damage after your opponent can't play through your non-engine. Which is kind of weird, right? But yeah. Okay. I think I've seen enough. And it feels like at least at first glance, these new decks from Blazing Dominion, even though they are technically new decks, it doesn't feel like they significantly change like the way Yu-Gi-Oh is being played. It's not like a revolutionary set that introduces like a deck that plays on a completely different axis than before. It's just like, it's okay, we have like a new combo deck, or two new combo decks with Elfnote and DoomZ that allow the Medius lore decks to finally enter the format as top tier contenders potentially. And then we have Cool Tune, which is more mid-rangey, more control-y, but ultimately it still is a relatively classic, like, oh, I have a bunch of very efficient one-card combos, and I pair it with strong non-engine hand traps, which is a concept that we've seen before, right? The set adds 2 meta decks and a pretty strong staple, so it's pretty impactful. It is an impactful set. Don't get me wrong. It is an impactful set. It does print new powerful decks, but those new decks still, they function relatively similar for what we've had before. Except for, like, I guess something like Clown Clan, but I don't think that's going to be good yet. So I personally, I'm more so looking forward to Chaos Origin, actually. Like, I think Chaos Origin is the set that I'm looking forward to more, because I'm really looking forward to, like, the second wave of Clown Clan support. In terms of generic cards, I do think this set is pretty strong compared to previous sets, because not only are we getting Federalis Harmonia, which this is the one card we've seen today make a huge impact. Like, this card, from what we've seen, this card is very, very strong. But there's also, we've seen a little bit of Dominus Spark, which is a really powerful card as well. And then there's also, which, this is probably the most cringe new generic card, Solemn Report. We haven't seen it today because it's usually only played in the side deck in the OCG, but this card is also ridiculously strong. Like, you can activate this card to turn into a set by revealing one of your other set traps. That effect is irrelevant. Don't let this fool you into thinking this card is good going second. It's not. This card is only good going first. When a spell trap is activated, activate one of these effects, pay 1500 life points, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. And if you do that for the rest of this turn, either player can activate that card's effects as well as cards with the same name. Or pay 3000 life points, negate the activation, and banish that card, and your opponent banish all card with the same name from hand and deck. So this card auto wins against a bunch of the, like, tier 2 decks, I suppose. I mean, in the OCG, Radiant Typhoon is tier 2, but once this card is basically your go-to auto win against Radiant Typhoon. They can barely do anything about it if you hard open this card. You just banish all of their Mystical Space Typhoons, and the deck is essentially dead, because the deck also has no way to recycle them from banished. This also basically kills Sky Striker. Sky Striker is a little bit better off into it than Radiant Typhoon, because Sky Striker has other ways to clear the back row before using Engage. Like, if it's post side and you want to play around this card, there are ways to do it. Like, you can go Azalea, or you can go Linkage into 0 and then 0 tag out and try to pop the face downs that your opponent has. Like, Sky Striker has ways to play around it, but for Radiant Typhoon, it's much harder, because the main way for Radiant Typhoon to clear back row is MST, obviously, right? Makes sense, right? And so in Radiant Typhoon, it's really hard to force back row without using MST. And so it's rough. You can also dump an Engage before searching it. Okay, sure. Like, Radiant Typhoon, there's one thing Radiant Typhoon can do to play around this card just a little bit, but it's still really hard. You can use Vision to discard a Mystical Space Typhoon, because that will not get banished from this card. So if you can put one into your grave, at least you will have that one available. But the problem is, even with just one Mystical Space Typhoon, it's going to be really hard. So yeah, this card is going to be a very strong side deck card. In the OCG, they play a decent amount of it, but like in the OCG right now, Radiant Typhoon isn't as popular because of this card as well. So it's kind of like this cycle where some decks are in the format where this card is good against them, so people start siding it, so people stop playing the decks that this card is really good against. But also, like, I mean, Mitsurugi, like, if you hit Mitsurugi Ritual with this card, it's really hard. Against Mitsurugi, you probably more often use this effect to just stop them from using Ritual, because if you banish all of their Rituals, then they can still get it back with Kusanagi, potentially. Also, Mitsurugi with the new Demise has ways to play around it a little bit, but it's still, like, it's just another one of those cards that the player going first is going to side to make sure that if they're interrupted, if they make a half board, or if they get stopped in any way, then they still stop the opponent from playing, which is, yeah, not very fun. It does bring a couple of decks or archetypes here that I'm not sure exactly how good they're going to be. Like, for example, the new the Fairy Tale stuff is interesting, in my opinion. The Eniacraft support is not bad, but the deck hasn't done anything in the OCG, and I'm not sure how much that's going to change in the TCG. But like, the Aircraft are neat. The Heck-a-Hand support is kind of whatever. What else do we have? We have Clown Clan, which I'm looking forward to, but it's going to take until Chaos Origin until it takes off. The new Red Dragon Archfiend support I thought was decent, but I also think if it does have any chance, then that would also include the overframe cards for it, which I think is going to take a while until we get them. We have no idea when that's going to be. So we're going to have to wait for that. The Breach Boreal Dragon is decent for Rockets, but once again, Rockets is also desperately waiting for the overframe card, and even with the overframes, it's currently not doing. Actually, no, we have to wait for that because the Rocket overframe was in the Rivals, and the Rivals just came out. The most recent OCG stuff was only with Heroes. That didn't have the Rocket in it, so we're gonna have to wait for the Rocket if it makes any impact. What else? What is this? Charmer's Quartet in Bloom. What was this again? Once while this card's face up on the field during the main phase, quick effect, target 2 monsters in your grave with the same attribute but different types. Special on both. This card and the special monster can be used. That's decent. Until the end of next turn, this card and the special summon monsters cannot be used as material for fusion, synchro, exceed, or link. This card is basically generic Selene. It is a good card in general, yeah. It's a link for any 2 monsters. Revives 2 with the same attribute but different types. Or with the same type but different attributes. That's a good card. That is a good card. Especially if you can summon monsters that you don't care that you can't use them for fusion, synchro, exceed, or link. Like monsters that have good effects on the field. Like you can bring back like, I mean, this is also decent in Mitsurugi. I don't know if you can realistically make it all the way to Link 4 consistently, but you could bring back like you would have to have Night Sword Serpent in the graveyard though, because you can't bring back 2 Mitsus. But you can bring back like Fedralis Harmonia and like Murakumo or something, right? Because it's same attribute but different types. You can bring back IP Murakumo. You can bring back IP Murakumo, but then IP can't activate because you can't use it as link material, but you still get back the Murakumo for free and use its effect. And you can still tribute for prayers or ritual summons. Right? So it's a good generic card, yeah. I kind of forgot this existed. I'm sure we've read it at some point. But I did kind of forget about this one. That's a good card as well. Lots of generically strong cards in here, I must say. It feels like this set has more generically good cards than previous sets. Because what was the last set? What did it have? Like Forbidden Crown. Okay, what else was in there? As like a generic good card. In what was the last set even called? Burst Protocol. Do we know when WP is coming to TCG? No, I don't think we have. I don't think we have an idea. I don't even think. Does OCG have it? Does OCG have WP? They do. It was in Limit Over Collection. Ah, okay. So I mean, it's just an educated guess, but I suppose that would mean we will get the WP in whatever set introduces the overframes, which we have no idea when that is. The Ecclesia Synchro is generic? No, not really. It's not generic support. It's good support for Fallen and the Virtuous in general, yeah. Is the new Demise in the set? Not that we know of. It could be an import in theory. They could import it here, but we have no info on that. Like it was in kind of like a weird side set in the OCG where we have no idea when we get it. So it could be imported in this set. It could be imported in Chaos Origin. They could put it in a different set. We have no idea. They have to have overframes for Worlds. I think they sneak the cards in our core set or Battles of Legends. That's an interesting take, because I do agree with you. They probably want the overframes to be legal for the World Championships to show them off to the world, I guess, in their hopes that someone is going to play some of them. I could see that. I could see that being the case, but that would be so soon in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, of course, Worlds is in like 4 months, but for us to be getting like Grandmaster rares and overframes and everything, like the new overframes, with so little, like, we don't even know of a product, right, that could have the cards in them right now, because I don't think it's Battles of Legends. I don't think we get them in Battles of Legends. I don't think we get them in, I mean, obviously not in Chaos Origin. They're not going to put those into the core set. So it would kind of have to be like a completely new product that we don't know about it yet, which is it's not impossible, but I guess it feels kind of like short notice. But yeah, I guess. There's 2 Grandmasters in Chaos Origin for us. That's not Grandmasters. Grandmasters are the serialized ones. You're talking about overframes. Overframe is not the same as Grandmaster. Overframe just refers to the full arts in general. Grandmaster is the ones with the serialization and stuff like that. As far as we know, there's no other sets yet announced that have Grandmaster rares in them, right? Like, at the moment, the only sets that we know of that have Grandmasters are Limit Over Collection Heroes and Rivals. The core sets, as far as I know at least, but correct me if I'm wrong, the core sets in the OCG don't have serialized cards. They have overframes, which come in like different rarities, but they don't have serialized cards. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, it's interesting because I feel like with how well the Grandmasters have been received, it would be kind of weird for them to not make it happen again, right? Like, I feel like they bring back serialization at some point because it was such a massive success, which it definitely was. From everything I've heard about it, the serialization, the Grandmaster rares were really what drove the demand for the product, for the Limit Over Collection. I mean, I guess we're gonna see it in the TCG now with the new overframes, the ones in Rarity Collection, whether that's enough, quote unquote, enough to make the product really insane. Because I'm not sure about it, because I think for the average Yu-Gi-Oh player, right? For the average Yu-Gi-Oh player, the Grandmaster rares are really hard to obtain anyways, right? But the regular overframes are something that you can realistically pull, right? They're not easy to pull, but you could expect, like, if you open a little bit of like a couple of boxes, you're going to pull an overframe, right? So for the average player, I feel like the overframes are attractive and a reason to open the set. But for, of course, the hardcore collectors, it's more about the Grandmasters, right? So I guess we'll see with Rarity 5 how successful of a product it's going to be with just the overframes and no Grandmaster, I suppose. Because I saw a Ruxin tweet talking about, like, he was a little disappointed with Rarity Collection 5 because it only had, and once again, I'm using only in quotation marks, but like, because it only had overframes and not Grandmaster. Which I can understand from a collector's perspective. I see where he's coming from, but I'm still excited for overframes in general. Rarity 5 is too mid overall. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I'm excited to open it. I'm excited for overframes. We're going to open some Rarity 5 on stream. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to see if we can get lucky and pull some cool ones. But we'll see. Is Predaplant bad or good? Predaplant feels like a very standard modern Yu-Gi-Oh combo deck to me, which is neither bad nor good. This deck feels like it's fine. I think it's playable, but it feels like it has the typical problems of combo decks in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. The cards are good. Don't get me wrong. The support is strong. And maybe it's even flying under the radar a little bit right now because in the OCG it's only rarely being played. There's some people playing Predaplans in the OCG. I think it appeared in one of the metagame reports. Let me see. Was it in this one? No, it's not in this one. But there's like it's like barely behind. It's barely behind Branded Dracotail in this breakdown, right? At this point. Which means it's barely like it's like a 2% thing because Yummy is at 4% and Yummy has 10. Predaplant has 5. So Predaplant is sitting at in this one roughly 2% representation, which is not top tier, but also not bad. So it's possible that in the TCG where the power level is a little bit lower, a deck like Predaplant pops off a little bit more. But once again, yeah, we're talking a deck that can't play Fedralis Harmonia. So, I don't know. I personally, with what I've seen so far from this format, I cannot see myself play, like, German Nationals without Fedralis Harmonia. Like, I would just be so inclined to play a deck with that. Because, unironically, this is the things that we've talked about and how I feel about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes. Like, it's not all about your engine. Like, the deck that you're playing doesn't even matter that much compared to the non-engine that your deck can play. I think that is something that became even more clear when we saw those games today. Like, a lot of those games weren't decided by, was it a Malice deck, or was it a Cool Tune deck, or was it a DoomZ deck? Like, the games get decided by non-engine a lot, and if that's the case, then you want to play a deck that can play the best non-engine, especially in a time where a lot of the non-engine in the game is restricted to certain archetypes, right? Like, you have your Dominus Impulse, Dominus Purge, Dominus Spark, Fedralis Harmonia, like all of those things. I could even see people going back to Mitsurugi a lot in the TCG, even though Mitsurugi has kind of like, it still exists, but not that many people are playing it anymore. But once this set single-handedly gives us 2 new hand traps, and Mitsurugi is one of the few decks, like maybe even the only one, that can play all 3. Mitsurugi can play Dominus Impulse, Dominus Spark, and Fedralis Harmonia, and Dominus Impulse is even at 3 in the TCG compared to the OCG where it's at 2. Like, the non-engine lineup for Mitsurugi is completely absurd in the TCG after this set, right? It gets to play 3 Fedralis, 3 Impulse, 3 Spark, 3 Ash, 3 Fuwa. That's your, if you want to, that's your 15 non-engine. And then you can also, like, you can throw Imperm on top as well if you want to. Like, it's completely nuts. Right? And that has nothing to do with how good pure Mitsu is, right? Like, of course, yeah, with one Habakiri, it does have consistency issues. Absolutely does have. I brought Mitsurugi to a regional a few weeks ago, and I definitely suffered from the consistency issues that the deck has. It sucks, but like with such good non-engine, it seems like a very strong reason to play the deck, right? And Predaplant, yeah, Predaplant could probably play Impulse and Spark. I think they're all darks, right? Does Predaplant have some light monsters? I don't think so. I think they're all dark. Did we already recap a bit the French Open? Just very little on stream. It was nothing too special. I did tweet my deck list, but like, I mean, it was relatively standard Branded Dracotail. So I guess I can tell you about my rounds real quick. I don't mind. So first of all, I was giga tired at this tournament because I basically we traveled there all night. We got there at like 5 in the morning. Little before 5 in the morning is when we arrived. So I had like 3 hours of sleep, which was stressful. But I decided to play, like, this list is, I think, relatively close to what Jesse and Jordan have been playing with the droplets in the main deck. I really like the droplets. But yeah. So round 1 I played against Heroes, which I beat 2-0. I think I went first game 1. They couldn't break my board. Game 2, I had a really big nib, so they ended on a token, and I beat that. Round 2, I lost to... Round 2, I had the most modern Yu-Gi-Oh game of all time against Schmidt, Yummy. Round 1 was actually a good game. I broke their full board because I had Droplet. Like, it was like it was like Caesar and some other stuff, and then I activated Rahu. They go Caesar, I go Droplet, and then I break the full board and win the game. Game 2, I went second, activated Fuwa, they ashed it, and then I died because I couldn't beat Caesar. Game 3, I went first, and I got ashed on Rahu, so my end board was really bad. And then they, like, I got ashed on Rahu, then my only trap got belled, and then they opened, like, I think it was Cupsy plus something else, so I got cooked. Game, and then I ended up, I don't know the exact order that I played the stuff in, but I beat a Radiant Typhoon, which was a very unfortunate match because it was 2 non-games. It took 5 minutes because I went first, and then they didn't have they had Super Poly, but against Draco Tail doesn't do much, so they Super Polyed my Arthalion and Gulamel into Secretarion, but then they didn't have a play. And then game 2 they went Chant. I ashed it, and then they passed. That was awesome. Then I had, in total, I had 2 or 3 Draco Tail mirrors, which one of them I lost. Because game 1, I went first game 1, they went Fuwa, Purulia, and Phimena. That was rough. And then game 2 I won, game 3 I don't remember. Dude, I had a Draco Tail mirror where I drew all 3 traps going first, which was crazy. That's like the 3rd time that's happened to me in the last week. I mean, to be fair, the other 2 were in the Duelist Cup, which was a lot of games, but still. What was it? It was Heroes, Radiant Typhoon, Beansmith Yummy, 2 or 3 Draco Tails. Last round I beat Mitsurugi. My second loss was to Draco Tail. I played against a Luna Light, which was really scary because I did, as you can see, I'm playing no outs to Liger Dancer. But luckily, game 1, they did have the way to Liger, but they didn't find it, which I was lucky in game 1. And then game 3, I went first and I had Retaliating Sea, which they couldn't make a Liger through. 1 Vanquish Soul, yes, 1 Vanquish Soul K9, which I beat. I'm not sure if we're getting one. It's all a blur in my head because I was so tired, which is also why I wasn't tweeting all day. But I went 8-2 in total, and I don't really have any complaints about the deck. The deck list was fine. I liked it. Extra deck is extremely tight. I did miss Lubellion a couple of times. Oh yeah, I played against an Exorcist. Dude, I played against an Exorcister, and I won game 3. They went first. They opened 2 starters, Dimensional Fissure, and Solemn Judgment, and they lost. Which was crazy. How was Joel in the main? It's fine. It won me my game 1 against Vanquish Soul K9 when I went second. How the hell? Okay, I can try to piece the game together, but it was like, they started with Dimensional Fissure, and my hand was Phimena, Lucius, 2 Ash Blossoms, and Branded Fusion. So when they activate Dimensional Fissure, I chained Phimena, using away Lucius and Ash to make Arthalion. I added back Ash and Phimena, or Ash and Lucius, I don't remember, and I set Rahu. And the reason why I added back Ash, even though I had 2, was because I was planning to use 1 on their turn and then 1 on my turn for like a Vadis or something, if that was ever the case, right? So I get Arthalion, I add a second Ash back to my hand, I add Lucius or Phimena, I don't remember which one, I set Rahu. And then they go activate Pax to search, and I Ash it, because in my mind it's like, okay, They have a D-Fissure already. If I let them get to a starter here with Pax, then it's going to be really bad for me. So my best bet is to just Ash this Pax to avoid getting comboed on, and maybe I can win that way. And then they have Martha already, which was kind of messed up. And at that point, I was like, okay, this game's over. I can't win that. And they go Martha, do their thing, and they decide, they go for Carmel, and they set Vadis in end phase. So and they go Michaelis as well, and Michaelis banished my Arthalion. Presumably because they didn't want me to attack over the Carmel. So their end board was Michaelis, Carmel, Vadis face down, Solemn Judgment face down, and D-Fissure. And I drew Droplet for turn. So I started my main phase. I started my main phase with the face down Rahu, which they chained Carmel to, which I then chained Droplet to, and then they Solemn Judgment into Droplet. Which that entire sequence is why I won the game, because realistically they do not need to worry about this. Like, they have a D-Fissure on the board. If they just let my Rahu resolve, nothing happens. Like, genuinely nothing happens from that Rahu. So they should have just not cared about my Rahu under Di-Fi, but they did. They tried to stop it with Carmel. I Dropleted. They Solemn Judgmented the Droplet even. So, yeah. And then it was, I gave them back a card from their grave because of Carmel, but I gave them something irrelevant. And then then it was just, they had 4,000 life points because of the Solemn Judgment. And they still had Vadis face down, but that's basically it. So it was Lucius. I went normal summon Lucius, add Phimena, activate Branded Fusion, make, I made Albion with Nib and Albaz, and then I used Albion to fuse the Phimena from my hand, or whatever the Lucius searched, with the Phimena from my graveyard to make an Arthalion, and then the Arthalion bounced one of their monsters, and then I attacked, which was attack for game, because they had 4,000 life points. And then I ashed their Vadis, and it was game. Which was a really fortunate... I mean, fortunate is the wrong word, because they messed up, but it feels like they... I think they did what a lot of people, and myself included, sometimes end up doing, which is if your hand is so good, if your position is so good that you don't think you can possibly lose, you start playing a little bit sloppy. Like, they were sitting there with a Di-Fi, full setup, and Solemn Judgment. They stopped thinking about it. They were just like, you know, Rahu, well, whatever, I'll use my Carmel, Droplet, I'll Judgment, nothing's gonna happen, right? And then Branded Fusion just took them out. Because they were on 4,000 life points. So, yeah. Yes. And then that was, I think that was round 6 or... I said it. Yeah, it was round 6 or 7. My bad. And then the last 3 rounds were a mirror match that I won, Vanquish Soul K9 in round 9, and Mitsurugi in round 10. So overall, I went 8-2. Which was fine. It was good. My tiebreaker wasn't the best, so I got like 20 something. I got 20 something, and it was a solid chunk of World's points. Wow. Okay. Well, gamers, that's kind of all I had planned for today. Tomorrow is going to be a fun stream. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, because tomorrow we're basically talking about Yu-Gi-Oh all day, because I need to sort my cards again. You know, there's been a bunch of tournaments recently, and I haven't sorted all my stuff yet. So we're going to basically have a yapathon tomorrow. That's going to very well, it could last more than 5 hours. I don't know yet. But tomorrow, if you liked today, if you liked the TCG talking today, there's going to be a lot more of it tomorrow. where we're gonna go over my. I'm also thinking about resorting some stuff, like changing the stuff that we'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Until then, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs. As usual, appreciate all the support. I'll find someone to raid real quick, and then I will hopefully see you all again tomorrow for some TCG talks. We can also talk about Master Duel, and then it should be fun. All right. See you all tomorrow. I'll send you over to Farfa right now. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day.